I'm seeing faces, I'm hearing voices telling me I ain't good enough. And everywhere I go,
to thinking why we used to be so high in life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Lying in the darkness, wondering if you're heartless. 'Cause you don't let me see the light. That you don't really want me, you just wanna call me. But only on the lonely nights. You give me just enough that I don't give up. You to keep me begging for your love. Locked away, you save me for a rainy day. Locked away, till you need me, I'll stay. Locked away, and you don't care, it hurts to wait. Locked away, locked away, locked away, locked away. Locked away. I cannot escape this, even though you make it. You make it seem like I'm still free. But baby, just admit it, you were fucking missing. 'Cause you like the hold you have on me. So you give me just enough that locked away, locked away, locked away, locked away.
Welcome to the NACE Star League studio. You're joining us for the postseason matchups in Valorant as we have made it all the way to the round of 8. Teams now competing to go on to the semifinals. We got 4 great teams ready to enter, but only 2 will leave. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Greg Smith, calling all the action. And Greg, tell us about the 2 top teams competing here tonight, because they pretty much speak for themselves.
Yeah, St. Clair and Maryville, both of them have been big top dogs in the situation all the way up through the LCQs, which they did not have to participate in, and now is the real last chance for so many teams to stave off against these monsters that will just come barreling through, ideally, for them, the bracket of 8, and make it on towards the final cup. But this is these smaller teams' last chance to fight the man. So I feel like these last couple brackets are the really exciting stages of the games where we get to see the real last chances. It really comes down to the wire, and we're fighting for those top 2 spots.
So the lineup of show for today is we'll start out with St. Clair going up against Kennesaw State. And then we'll have Maryville versus Cumberland. In case you're wondering in terms of seeding, it's seed 1 versus seed 8 and seed 2 versus seed 9. So definite underdogs in Kennesaw State and Cumberland. They're looking for an upset here. Let's take a look at the lineups for both teams that are going to be competing. For St. Clair, we've got Q, Seft, Giza, Smiley, and Instinct.
And on the side of Kennesaw State, Ancipify, Appa, Deson, Ryan, and Duper will be holding it in.
St. Clair and Kennesaw all ready to go, because whoever makes this gets to go to semifinals, and then whoever wins semifinals gets to go all the way to the in-person LAN at the end of the season. Taking a look at the overview for the maps that are going to be brought out, it's basically the same trend that we have seen all season, Greg. Lotus and Haven as the first 2 stages.
Yeah, everybody loves them, and we've talked time and time again about what we like and what we don't like, and what the players like and don't like. But a lot of times, what we love is to see versatility as well as consistency. So these are the maps that we have a lot of options on, and we have a lot of practice on. So these have been hot picks this season, you're right.
Yeah, they've definitely been favoring all the stages that have 3 sites on them. Going down to Lotus first, and interesting thing is for the first 2 games, St. Clair is going to be attacking first. So if St. Clair wants to end this in a sweep, then they might do the majority of their work just on the attacking side of the field.
Yeah, they would definitely love to find a sweep, and it's definitely on their plate. We've got a big stretch in fight here, though we're anticipating a little bit maybe of a closer game, as Cumberland College does have a decent roster at the ready.
All right, looks like we're locked into character selection. Let's take a look at what both these teams are going to be bringing to the field. Q hovering a Phoenix. It's been a little while since I've seen him.
It has been quite a while indeed. Hopefully we get to see some of these quality control picks from just being comfortable on that agent, really shining through where the opponent might not be comfortable at all.
Looks like we might just have a little bit of a connection issue. Just the nature of a LAN event. We'll work on getting that all fixed. But talking about Lotus, the main agents that have been selected, Viper's an always must pick, because her wall needs to go up on A almost every single time.
And it's nice to bring that wall up, because I think that's why we see Harbor picked every once in a while here on the Lotus. They have also a very versatile wall, but Phoenix, their wall isn't picked very often, and there has to be a reason for that. So I'd love to see that showcased. Hopefully we do get that pick riding on in, because those walls are so important in these long sight lines to break things up and make the site a little bit more manageable, piece at a time, especially that long A sight line where from the jungle, from the little donut of a site, you can shoot all the way down to the main wall and the main entry.
All right, both teams look like they're going to be ready and loaded in. We're seeing everybody say ready in the chat, so in a few seconds we'll head on back down to Lotus. And Lotus always sees kind of a disproportionate amount of interest around C as well, just because of such a hard retake it is.
Yeah, and I mean, the same problem as well that Haven had for a long time. B is difficult to keep control of. I mean, you are just stuck with defenders surrounding you once you've made it into the snake's den of B. So this site has a lot of that same problem, a lot of early attacks onto A, or just trying to secure A to make sure it's not a big backdoor for flanks. But a lot of the action comes in on C.
And that's why we haven't been seeing, one of the reasons we haven't been seeing Phoenix is just so much often people would rather pick an agent like Raze for their duelist pick. Just having that area of effect damage with the paint shells in a stage that, for B and C at least, but even for A, there's just a lot of tight enclosed spaces and narrow hallways, and a paint shell can really just kind of lock any area down and keep your enemies at bay.
I love that you kind of wash over the assumption that they only get to choose one attacker. It's usually been that with 5 people, you get to throw one on each of the 4 positions and then double up on that extra duelist.
Well, that is true. That is true traditionally.
Yes.
But a lot of people have been, in NACE Star League, we've tended to see much more people going for the double controller pick, actually, because they want that extra utility that Smokes brings to the table. Well, they also want the Viper, but they want a traditional smoker as well, such as maybe like Omen or Brim to bring to the table.
That's true. It's even on the border of a double Sentinel, considering how locked down Viper technically is. It's not often anymore that we see that wall used to cut into a good attack or to a good retake on defense. The Viper kind of sets up like a Cypher does, or like we see a lot of other Sentinel players would, maybe like a Chamber or a Killjoy, kind of dropping all their equipment before moving on. So, and we've even seen that in some post talks, in a little bit of discussions with some of the players and some of the captains. They're really enjoying that double defense-sided mechanic of grabbing an extra controller or an extra Sentinel and giving up that extra duelist position.
And now everyone's locked in. Both teams, yeah, we were just talking about the double controller. You got to pick Viper, then you throw Omen in as your more traditional smoker, and then Raze with ultra close range damage fulfills your duelist role.
Yep, so there is a nice little mirror matchup, so it would seem. This does get us a little bit of healing, a little bit of safety net on the composition there. Coming from the sky, and this is St. Clair Saints fighting off against Kennesaw State, the Owls.
So 2 airborne mascots, if you will, facing off against each other, but one definite favorite, St. Clair. You were researching a little bit about St. Clair, actually. Interesting background.
Yeah, I mean, once we're this far into the stage, I like looking into a little bit of history of these teams. And St. Clair, as it overlooks the Lake St. Clair, south of some parts of Detroit, it's actually in Canada and is the first Canadian post-secondary education institution which recognizes fully esports and started giving out scholarships and the like, as you would expect from a good esports team. But the first Canadian team to do so.
Well, it certainly paid off in dividends for them, as they are the definite favorites to win this round. Heading into round 1, we'll see how St. Clair does on their attack, and if they decide to push A, they've got a whole lot of resistance from Kennesaw State. A smoke is going to be thrown out, dog will be thrown through it. Killjoy actually places down a bit of util. They're thinking that Kennesaw State is going to want to just try to get right in their face, and they almost do, but then they decide to back off a bit.
Yeah, I like this really respectful play style. Instead of seeing a bunch of players there, you don't want to go rolling in or throw a bunch of util at them, but just kind of see what happens. You know the clock is on their side, but if they're going to make the mistake to over-push you, they're going to let you do it. So both teams apparently had that mindset and decided to back off that point. A little eye contact was made right at the beginning, but no players lost so far. It's still a strong 5v5, but after all of that player count, there's going to be a quick rotate over to Phil C, as it's clearly under-defended. Opka is the only one holding the site. As the wall goes down, they get a good shot onto one. Oh, no trade available. They even pop for another, but it's not quite going to be there. They definitely got their value on a 2-to-1, bringing it down to 4 players filling the site.
Spike planted.
Ooh,
But mostly from the
snake
flank
bite
angle.
just off of the spike. Find St. Clair to just back off again, some post plants. But Legend has a really nice flank here against St. Clair. Kennesaw State moving in and saying, underdogs? What underdogs? Let's take the first round.
Yeah, this gives them a great lead into the second round as well. A quick team flash as they argue over who has to defuse the spike to grab those extra creds for the team. and get an ult point for Legend. Clearly valuing those cabbages.
Always nice to just have as much information as you can on the other team. Now we move into the second round. Kennesaw State deciding what they want to try to bonus with in the third. A few Bulldogs come out, and then Spectres, so pretty traditional second round buys. No kind of cheeky picks with any Marshalls being brought out or even Buckies, just standard SMGs.
We see someone unnecessarily, the top fragger, going for a light shield when they do have a friend doing the exact same setup but with a heavy shield, so that's going to save them a few creds. Hopefully that actually pays off and gets them closer to what I hope is going to be an op, as the entry utility sends a warning signal down to B. We see a little bit of a reposition of the defense line. KENNESAW respecting that entry utility, but once it seemed non-threatening, they're going to back off. Sure enough, a little bit of a jump peek will alert the defense to A site.
Did what it was supposed to, gave them info on how many were pushing A and baited out a shot. So now Kennesaw State is starting to regroup around A. Sky coming down right up toward the smoke. Door open. Degas spraying through it. Legend gonna wait for the smoke to drop. Throw out a hawk for a blind.
One of the beautiful things about the site is you would think with only 40 seconds left that they have to commit to A, but they're still throwing blinds and considering B. They don't have to commit until it's down to the last couple seconds, but looks like they're streamlining A. After making sure the defenders on B side stay back, Legend pushed off the area. And there's first blood. Deegan finds one. SF. Ansify to get two, holding their ground, not traded yet, only a few seconds left, and they can't quite find the plan as Opqua comes around to find Giza. That's the expected 2 points for Kennesaw State.
This is a huge boost to Kennesaw State's morale, I was thinking. You know, they're going into a match where going up against the top-seeded team, or one of the two top-seeded teams. A lot of people consider them the underdogs. You look at St. Clair, you know, everyone's an Immortal, some are Radiants, and Kennesaw State has a few Ascendants along with Immortals out there. So rank-wise, record-wise, you wouldn't expect Kennesaw State to be bringing the heat, but they certainly are in these first two rounds. We'll see what they can do in the third, and St. Clair starting things up just like how we would expect to happen in the bonus.
Quick flash and two paranoias. It is a strong bring on to this B area, but there's nobody there. It was really just a strong push, which baited out a lot of util from a defender. And look at the trades that have happened as well. One on C site. They're going to rotate around. After catching that one defender down, they know C is open. But the weight is already shifting. And soon, Kennesaw State will be accepting this push gently. But it's a full 5 players coming in for this plant. I mean, this is what we expect out of the buy round. So it's going to be a tough one, and they're just looking for some value to ride into the next round.
At this point, you just got to be happy with maybe 1 or 2 frags. They managed to pick up 1, but now we'll really get a lot of our questions answered of how well Kennesaw State can match up against St. Clair. If the Owls have come here to play, I do see an Odin being hovered by one of them.
Yeah. Indeed, among the Phantoms and Vandals, looks like there's definitely an Odin coming out. Opqua considering, well, it's going to fall in line. Very interesting.
I wonder how much firing through smoke they're going to do with that, because I would think that's probably going to be its role.
Oh, as your primary controller with an Odin, I would be firing through every smoke I put down. It looks like a very streamlined push using that freshly gathered ult to really blow the point out. No defenders on B. In fact, it looks like a little bit of a flank is being considered from both ends. There's a good hold onto the long A. So they're going to have to move in through this tight door with a lot of utility. A good way to get on the flash gives Q open eyes to the situation. Is 3 defenders now playing off against 1 and an injured. Goes with the shadow step jump peek. A bold call, tries it a second time, finds not much. So they're going to go in after it. On the site, Q goes down as Steven Seth find 2. Duper and Dagan to make those trades now. It's 2-2 and the defuse is already out. Steven finds 1, dropping in.
Oh, nice angle. He had so little health, just about 7 or 8 left in terms of the health pool.
And his 8 players total do not get to keep a gun into the next round. There's a serious cred refresh here.
Will be a win, not the cleanest for St. Clair. They'll have enough to buy up 4 rifles. Should they lose here, then you could see some economy rounds. Definite economy round for the Owls. And I like what I'm seeing of them just committing pretty fully to this economy round. They purchase a Stinger and some Sheriffs here and there, but all too often we see people trying to take awkward half buys that just turn into round after round of consistent weapon disadvantages. So I like the discipline I'm seeing from the Owls.
Yeah, the Owls are making good headway. I mean, it's true the Saints just broke it up to an even 2-2, but they didn't do it cleanly this round, though. May make me eat those words as SF is taking a strong hold on the situation. Steven moving around with the rest of the offense to really, really check out C. They've only got 1 player left, holding things together, but from a distance, SF is not worried, finds their 3K on Aqua.
I mean, we're still holding just a Stinger, so I realized there was no way you were going to be that long range of a fight. And it's like the hopping around. All right, it's another chance for the Owls to get back in this match.
Yeah, but they're gambling a lot on this. I mean, they've exhausted credits here. No one is reaching over 1,000, and they don't even have full shields for everybody. So if they don't take this, it'll be a little bit of a drought for the next few rounds, possibly. A quick shadow step to get over the wall. That only divides the attack a bit. People are trying to make their way through. A good shot from Steven around the side. Q doing well. It's not looking good for the Owls, as they have only 2 players left, each one allocated to a different site, so they'll have to make the journey, and they'll have to synchronize it as well.
Spike goes down, and you have this Killjoy just holding this angle right outside the door. So once Kennesaw stayed, Giza just has it locked down. Alarm bot thrown out. There's caught in an awkward position B. It doesn't even look like they really want to contest. They're just going to go for a save and try to keep their Vandals. Gonna try to watch those flanks, see if maybe they can't pick up 1 or 2 exit frags. Trying to make the best of a bad situation. Giza checks the angle and flushes Viper out.
And he just continues to grab that handle and keep on flushing as he points a gun to every Radiant box in the area. Just very, very preventative measures coming out of these players is what gets them another point, bringing it up to 2v4. And now we wonder if that pistol round, which led them to the 2 points, was just a fluke. Can they hold it together?
And especially since St. Clair, you see how just right there, one of their major strengths is they're playing in the smokes really well. They're coming out from these side angles, and Kennesaw State isn't even looking to. And so often they're just being pretty much uncontested in their 1-1s because Kennesaw State isn't looking in the right direction, and that's just, I think that probably just maybe shows to a little bit more experience of St. Clair.
Yeah, which is extra damaging in a meta where dual smokes and multi-controllers are just reigning supreme.
Door opening up, fire through it. St. Clair takes a good bit of damage from the paint shells. Took another one, eliminated 1, took another down to just 11. Legend also gets a nice shot on that Sheriff. They're still hanging in there. Another one. It's down to 2 apiece. Seth moving on toward the point. Appa with the Stinger is going to be able to get Giza. It's 2-on-1. Very possible the Owls take this. Fire now going through. They know where Seth is.
I'm surprised he doesn't pop the Viper's Pit here with low health. He still has the spike, and he takes it in a 1v1 twice. Bringing it down to a quick plant for some extra creds. That is an upset, and I just want to say it again, they are kind of winning the race here on ult points and decided not to take the victory lap with it.
But this is exactly how you throw away a 2-on-1 advantage.
Yes,
we don't
it
have
is.
any double peaks whatsoever. Seth wanted nothing more to just take him up one at a time because he's so good on his crosshair placement. It's an instant headshot. Amazing flick over to the KJ. And now St. Clair up 3.
Yeah, you know what Jacob says. Better to roll the dice than to flip the coin twice. Always take those 2-on-1s.
7 moving out to the side. Wall drops. Bit of smoke to get them some more ground. Moving up A. Or even the way that's placed, I think that's a defensive smoke. But either way, I'm sure St. Clair is going to take it. It gives them a bit of cover to move in. They can just go over to the door, swing over to B, and completely claim that in record time.
Even claiming in record time. They already have a good hold on B side, but it's a little bit loose from the defensive spawn. They're going to bring out the Venn diagram of death as both Killjoy ults go off, rendering so much of that spike clock running.
St. Clair catches one in their lockdown. Oh, that is a tragic showstopper.
Yeah, I'm an upset showstopper. And
Yeah, but
Instinct.
see, this is what I'm talking about. Look at Instinct. He's playing all these angles that the Owls just aren't aware of.
Yep. Yeah, that attacker Killjoy is so effective. I mean, the defensive Killjoy isn't super threatening when the attacking Killjoy is waiting on it, because then you've secured the plant area, but now you can't get into it, and that just wastes so much time on the clock. It would have been better to not even put it down and just go storm the site. Then under time pressure, they go flashing around corners that they're not really checking, and the Saints will totally play that game. So now they're down to an awkward half buy, and they're really just looking to make as much damage as they can to give themselves a good head start on the next round. But we're staring at a best case scenario, 3-7. I mean, St. Clair has already guaranteed themselves a clean half.
Moving with the dog, doesn't spot anybody. A whole bunch of util dumped out onto C. Oh, just the Omen trying to take a little bit of a peek. Doesn't get anyone with the blind. They're just going to wait out the Viper mollies. Open teleports up, taking damage, doesn't get the spike down, and in swings the Owls, but this Viper's Pit could still change things around, except for the fact that just right after the second it's popped, that Viper is taken out, and Owls take a round back for themselves. I do think they were trying to coordinate the Viper's Pit with the spike plant, but that Omen just planted way too soon. Had he waited just 1 second, the Viper's Pit would have gone up and he would have had complete cover.
A quick flash on A sight lines. Doesn't give a lot of info, so we have one sneaking up anyways. Serious split push with the spike still in the pocket. And man, they are splitting deep already. Still one player fighting up towards the doors, 2 and B, playing off against quite a bit of utility, and they've made their way around. This could be a good shot. Duper looking to take one there through the side doors. Gets a little bit of an ambush and is pushed back deep into the C site. Looks like that's their commitment here. SF playing this angle well to find one a second and hold the site. But the site's empty. They'd have to taxi the spike all the way over, giving defense a great zone of time.
I think it's
to play back on SF.
I think it's just a bait because
Oh,
Kennesaw
C's wide
State
open
took
now.
it. C's wide open now.
SF unfortunately falls to Aqua, but that is info that Aqua is in another neck of the woods and the first player to arrive at the scene of the crime.
I mean, St. Clair's definitely they know C is a hard retake, and so they'll try to take C anytime they can get, and that was just a beautiful bait by picking up that double on A.
St. Clair now off the site, just waiting for those taps. I'm sure Spike has already been pinged. Q playing front and center in that smoke, which is about to fall soon. Holding that shorty at the right angle could catch Duper off guard if they're not ready. Oh, speaking of being caught off guard if not ready, Duper comes around right when Q has the bird up, and that's the Catalyst instinct. They'll throw a little bit of area control damage because it go down in a trade, and Giza finds one more. Is it enough? Giza closes the deal. Right through the skinny angles, and that's what it's all about. All those efforts in the middle are just washed, but look at this timing by Duper.
That was so tragic on the part of St. Clair.
We talked about firing through the smokes earlier. Either of them easily could have had that.
Yes, but you also just don't want to go blindly firing with a shorty through the smokes. I don't know how much mileage that's going to get you. I don't think the bullets would either even reach the other side of the smoke.
Right, and it's tough too because you don't know that the person is standing there with half damage.
From our point of view, it's like, yeah, let that sucker rip, but Stopper taking a whole bunch of damage against Ansify.
A very fast one for the Owls. Trying to play up on it a little bit. Oh, Deegan shooting everywhere. SF is going to take 2 from that. It's making their way around the corners for another. Come to back up. Takes a vulnerability hit. And keeps marching right on. They're going to make their way to A site, and they've cleared things horizontally. Now Duper. The last chance of the round is low health, but so is Q. They may find 1 or 2 here, but to grab all 3 before the timer is up and get the defuse, it's a difficult ask. But it would mean the world of a difference for the trajectory of these rounds. They're throwing everything they have at this poor man, though, and Q is going to go down to a concuss.
I can't even remember the last time the dog actually got an elimination.
Yeah, that's
my memory serves me correctly. It's only around 30 damage.
Yeah, I mean, they were only at 11 health, though.
Yeah, that'll do it.
30 damage is strong, though. I didn't think it was that strong.
It's in the 30 range. That's the last I remember it, but...
That's honestly not bad. To take a third of your health off no shield. Yeah, though you're right, it does not happen often. It's usually seen as an information tool, which I'm sure is the way that they were meaning it, unless everybody counted up in the chat exactly how much they had.
Probably was the case with St. Clair.
Yep.
Huge charge out through spawn. It pays off with 1 pick, make that 2 for the Omen. Moving in, we'll see if St. Clair can regroup, but they've realized with this push through spawn that B is completely open, so they'll quickly take the plant, make sure they get the credits, and then see if they can't bring this back one at a time. Thrown out, dog to get a bit of info. Doesn't find anyone through A.
Ooh. Oh, Steven was fighting the clock on that one.
That is
Came face to face with 2 defenders and just tried to get out of there in time. It is going to be saved by Instinct. Incredible. Ansify continues to find a 3K after that aggressive push earlier. Deegan's going to go down to Instinct again. So does Steven. This is a good push from the defensive side. That was a good defender killjoy. So disruptive, too, when the Omen decided to stay in and keep fighting. 2 on their tail, just had to jump out of there and was saved by Instinct.
You know, the Owls just might be a sleeper here. 8-4 isn't the worst scoreline to have, and when you consider, you know, kind of attacking favored for Lotus, that's not bad if you're defending first. It's certainly within the realm of possibility, especially if the Owls pick up this first pistol round, that they can tie this thing back up. Looking at initial buys, not too many people sprinting for the Ghosts, wanting to go a little bit more on some abilities.
I mean, it has been a soup of abilities on this site. Vision Denial has been the name of the game so far. This is a big split push from both teams. I mean, we see deep in the A site again. The defensive.
I mean, they have the right idea. They're trying to check, but they're not.
Yeah.
They're trying to check for the Uto, but they're not hitting it, and that's just giving their position away at this point. Appa gets the first pick. It's traded back. Door activated by Legend. No one from St. Clair on the other side. They're waiting back on B itself. That's smoked off, so neither is going to push through. Bit of a satchel use there to try to peek around that angle a bit more unexpectedly. If they take this well, they can... They're trying to watch the flank, though. They got their attention divided, and it's divide and conquer in terms of St. Clair.
Look at that. The offensive move there felt a little bit rushed. They felt like they were trying to multitask a couple of angles while they stride past them instead of clearing angles and checking on their way back. I wonder if they were under some kind of time pressure other than the clock for a reason, but that round has slipped from them. And given the gun round to St. Clair again.
Just about all Bulldogs and one Guardian, which when you think that that's a pretty expensive purchase for round 2. It's only a few hundred credits off from the actual ARs.
I mean, speaking of expensive round 2, we see some sheriffs coming out on the side of KSU.
It's not a full save as far as they're concerned.
It's true.
But I mean, St. Clair winning this, which they're expected to do, puts them up to 10.
Yeah, to be in the double digits this early is very strong. I mean, they're staring down at a 10-5 as well if the next 2 rounds play out, as I would expect them to. And if they can play the round after this one very well, then they may be in a nice credit roll for 2 points in the next 5. That's an average they'll take.
Steven waiting with open arms as they push on toward A. Will smoke off the main sideline, move up toward Heaven. Instinct also has a nice flank from Link. Will move through the door. Steven already picks up one onto the raise. The smoke drops. He's checking all the angles. No one out quite yet. He spots the Oben. Patient as well. Gets the second. Can he get the third?
Oh.
He sure can.
That was just a surgical assisted 3-piece. As he finds one, really locks in that hip sightline, swivels right to the next corner peak, is already lined up, moves right around to help with a little pincer attack. That's just one for the books.
I mean,
there.
every single angle here is checked by him, and you can see there, I mean, they're just so laser focused on the one angle they do to check. You got to make sure that you're guarding at least the main entrance to the point.
Yeah, yeah.
So now bonusing for St. Clair, full rifles, KSU, and any sort of pick that St. Clair can get will be a win condition in and of itself. With St. Clair, though, the way they're playing, they might just take their bonus as well.
Could be.
Actually, this is a nice angle Steven has. That's a very good blind as well. He picks off one, moving to teleport, has another angle, and it is just fury unleashed onto Kennesaw State. St. Clair picks up 3. That's 3 ARs.
Oh, yeah, what a bonus. That, I mean, having a tricky off angle that plays on the vertical as well is damaging to begin with, and you definitely get to surprise the first maybe 1 or 2 players before people figure it out, but nobody gets to figure it out if you drop a well-timed paranoia. So he just had a field day there. Aqua and Ansify find their one trying to sneak in through the side gate, and are going to have an easy time to plant here as the troops come rushing in. Front door on C site. And they're going to start.
H.O.'s get a good bit of damage, moving in with the showstopper too. They're positioned far back, however. Ooh. Just waiting. Nope.
One enemy remaining.
Beautiful tracking. All it takes is a couple of pixels and they know where you are. Instinct throws off an ult and doesn't find anything, but can still move it up to a 4K to bring a near flawless upset on the bonus. Though, I mean, that totally comes from having a strong bonus start. It's easy to snowball these bonus rounds because you just keep taking superior weapons and moving that numbers advantage up and up. Committing that early ult means nothing to them.
Well, I'm not personally sure about you, Greg, but I'm getting ready to stick a fork in this one and at least move on to Haven. Kennesaw State has a huge deficit they've got to overcome. St. Clair only needs to pick up 2.
And they're already picking up their own bonus rounds, yeah. It's an uphill battle to say the least out of this one, and they'd love a nice fresh even restart on the Haven. I mean, they're still playing strong. The Owls are doing well. They're not losing every point, and the ones they do lose aren't by an embarrassing fashion. There is a way out of this, but it's going to be a struggle. Aqua initiates a trade, moving into a 4-4 with an early commit to the A site, a quick plant, and defense already picking them off from a distance. Playing through that vision denial, using everything they can. They drop another offensive smoke in, kind of alluring that they may want to pop the wall. The offense won't take it, even more and more closing in around them. A shadow step down into the pit, another wall, jumping from above. The synchronized watches go off, but it is a wreck. Ansify Duper and Ansify a second time defend their ground excellently, and SF now has nearly no time on the clock to just make some damage. They're going to do a quick peek just to get folks out, and it's not enough. Ansify grabs his 3K and sends SF down below. That's a round for KSU, the Owls.
And I think that was just way too careless from St. Clair, the way they dropped down from heaven.
I mean, I get it though, like, they had a strong hold up until then, and everybody was as close as they could get, and they wanted to flash everything at once. They were throwing through the smokes. It was a quick turnaround by Ansify that I think they just didn't expect. They were playing all the mind games with the smokes as well. I mean, they smoked and blinded the back wall on A twice to distract, even though no one was moving in through the rotating door.
Instinct looking to turn things around. Brings out the op and delivers one shot. He's going to instantly get smoked off. But he has already gotten himself a great advantage for his team. It's tied up. Still waiting out the smoke. Duper moving up to heaven.
Wow. Another early commit to A with a fast plant, but they're in the nest now. Players should be coming in quite quickly, so they got to play the attacker Killjoy, try to hold things together. Instinct still holding that off. Oh, is caught with empty hands as the door spins. Now Legend, the proud new owner of an op, should they want it. Q's going to be throwing that dog in, as well as the bird, exhausting the kit, just looking to get onto the site before the clock runs out. But that spike's been there a while. Iza clearing through some utility, watching those angles, a good head tap to find a 3K. Gets him a nice easy defuse down to the second though. Oh, and they dropped the half?
Now they got it, they got it.
Scared me. Scared me, but you're right.
They realized, hey, the Killjoy's only one off from their ult. Let's give it over, make match point that much tougher for Kennesaw State.
Especially now that we've seen the attacker Killjoy popped one round earlier and a quick fall after. They've got no preparation against that. I mean, the Omen could be damaging, right? You can teleport right on top of that placement and try to break the Killjoy ult, but you're kind of sacrificing yourself to do so. Here it is, match point. And the Owl's not even halfway.
Oh my goodness, what great
Devastating.
tracking.
A drop of the defensive Killjoy is going to make it, ooh, awkward to plant, but they go for it anyways. Getting the early plant, just moving out of the circle. This is going to make it easy for defense to go flying in once it's close to the let up. 0 players detained. They know they own this space now. Take a little info on the situation, throw in a second bird, but it's not enough. Defense comes rolling in, and they're already on the defuse. And as the last player goes down, that's match 1.
Defenders win.
Pretty decisive 13-5 victory. The Owls did have a few great wins here and there, and at the beginning, it had us kind of questioning whether we had judged too harshly, but then St. Clair came right back in and showed why they considered one of the top teams in the NACE Star League.
It's a tough position, too, because I want to say if they had the right momentum, they could make things happen, but you already said it. They get to attack twice in a row here, so building momentum for the Owls will be a difficult game.
Yeah, that is true. St. Clair just so confident in their attacking abilities, especially, they go into a stage where it can be tricky to attack like Lotus and still come away with an 8-4 lead. You have to wonder, I think the lead might be even bigger on Haven, to be perfectly honest with you. I think we could be looking at a 9-3 or even 10-2 St. Clair going into it.
Well, the Owls would love to tell you that it could go either way, so hopefully they get their best shot at shaking things up and fighting their way into the next bracket. But it is a domineering hold that their opponents have.
And once again, when we finish this match, we will go on to Maryville versus Cumberland to see who moves on to the semifinals in that match. That one should also be interesting. St. Clair and Maryville, I mean, it's just it's boss stage day, if you will, here at NACE Star League.
That's true. We've been playing in the middle of the dog pile for a couple rounds to see who can clamber their way in at the last second, but the bell is not close to ringing for these players.
St. Clair locks everything in pretty fast.
Not quite near mirror if they're going to pick what they're shadowing, so though we do have a few matchups. The
only difference is the controller. All right, here we go. St. Clair versus Kennesaw State. We're in game number 2, and St. Clair only one away from locking this down in record time and moving on to the semis, one step closer to the grand finals held December 1st through 3rd. Ooh, it'll be very exciting at the Boise State Esports Arena in Boise, Idaho. Long way to go for St. Clair, by the way. Not only just the traditional distance of the Detroit area from there to Boise, but also traveling across country as well.
Yeah,
get those passports out.
Yeah, that's not quite intercontinental, but you do need those books to make it all the way down to the City of Trees. Now, to talk specifics, we have a near mirror matchup with a controller difference. Would you take in this composition on this map the Astra or the Omen?
I mean, I would definitely take Astra's ult a lot better. I mean, that thing, once you get charged up, I mean, Omen's ultimate is kind of an afterthought. You use it mostly for information gathering or trying to fake up the other team. You're not going to complain about just a big wall you can place across any point that blocks all sound.
That's true, and sometimes I feel like the real value in the Omen ult is putting it on TikTok. If you can really play an excellent Omen ult, it is fun to play. It's a real mind game situation. But you're right, the reliability is not really there, and the Astra ult is undeniably strong, especially when we're talking about this meta where vision denial is the name of the game. Taking away sight and ammunition is so strong. Speaking of very strong, KSU is going to take a flash start to this round, bringing it down to 4 and 3. Falling very, very early. I mean, before even the minute strikes. Now, they let off the point a little bit, and they'll allow the Omen to get a plant onto B if he so chooses.
He's trying to play the balance game of he wants to safely at least plant his spike so he can get the credits.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to go for it.
But he's going to give the sound cue. Smokes it off. He'll get that at least.
Oh, it's going to fly right out of here into an interesting position. He doesn't quite have a smoke yet for another 25 seconds, and he'll definitely be in by then. He's got another shadow step, but it might not help him. Sure enough, he drops that. Now he is exhausted. All of his smokes. Oh, what an angle! Finds one, has a chance to get somewhere else. The shadow step renews. Here it is from the side. They're never going to see it coming. Opka low on options. Has to play for a little bit more information. Goes down for the...
Gets it!
What a flash pop on the classic to grab a ghost and get on out of there. A beautiful shadow step, but just pinging that defuse brought the ground back to level. The playing field is even, and that was just a nice clean 1-for-1.
And that showcased both of St. Clair's amazing strengths, the trickery that they're able to play around Kennesaw State, and then the unrelenting accuracy.
Just another day in the aim trainer for SF as he climbs the top of the KDA board.
Cover going out.
He's going to showcase the first shot of this round, but what a call by the Sova. Instinct, unfortunately, is going to take him down despite their efforts to slow the push. Defensive line now. Dagan is holding up close in that smoke, making sure nobody comes riding in. And there's no push through A short either. It looks like they're seriously considering getting out of there, but it's hard to rotate now that they've put so much utility into arresting any kind of flank that comes around. I mean, this is great position from Kennesaw State. They're sitting right on top of A site, and it's hard for the Saints to rotate somewhere else after what they've already committed here. Looks like they may consider it anyways, but they're leaving a few in long in case Dagan gets a little greedy. Dagan's looking strong. That's Sakura Classic. Oh, unreal. That doesn't find it. That was scary.
Okay,
I did not know
if
if they were
you
gonna make
didn't
it out of
land
there.
that.
Goodness, if you answered the cloud burst with a jet dash
Look at that
fast,
speed transfer!
incredible. SF is just on fire right now.
You know, I was also thinking, you asked me the question of the Astra versus Omen. I think a lot of Omen's kit also just fits in better to St. Clair's playstyle. The teleporting around, playing around
True.
Kennesaw State, and especially also just having his blinding ability. Because St. Clair is so fast in the way they play that any blind that lands almost automatically turns into a kill for them.
It's true. I mean, the Saints play fast, but they also play tricky. The game sense is strong, and having a little bit of teleports and some extra paranoias and some blinds and flashes just make the game sense even trickier. Because you not only have to consider where someone could be, but what their sphere of control is as well. Omen is a little bit of a quantum superposition when it comes to peeking his angles.
Builds up the tailwind to try to peek around. A nice double peek by St. Clair. More rifles for them. And most importantly, this jet is holding an op, and that might have opened it up for Kennesaw State. I think they could still take this back, but I was just about to say, you know, it's going to be hard to retake with an op, and you dump so many credits into it that you might just save, but now that it's all even kill, I think they'll go for it.
St. Clair College has put all of the cheese and all of the traps as they sit with beautiful sight lines through a couple of utility points onto a well-rigged spike, which is halfway through its timer now. As KSU comes rolling through to neutralize some of these traps, Instinct takes one on the Aqua, and Steven throws util after util, just kind of peppering the situation, making it difficult to really sit down and attempt this spike. Now, outside of the bounds of time, they're going to drop an op where no one can get to it. And it's a flash finish for round 3. It's not quite been enough consecutive losing rounds and saves that we see a big gun round coming out for Kennesaw State. So it has to be another short buy, little half buy, a strong sidearm, maybe some shields. And they're just going to look to make some damage here and help themselves find an easier time getting that 1v4.
Legend takes an early peek out through garage, smoke going out through courtyard, moving all the way up to the window.
Shadows traveling, blinding.
Meanwhile, St. Clair moving up C again. Sight line dropped down, looked away at the wrong time, allowing Duper to get one pick. Ooh, like that flank also from the jet.
Yeah, digging with a scary flank here. There's not been a lot of attention to the rears. Giza does find one. Duper goes down SF. Oh, Dagan.
I stand corrected.
Just with the wrong timing as Steven hides out in the cubby and finds one there. Now all the attention can be focused forward. SF arrests this Sova dart. They know his location. Now Steven goes flying in. He's going to sacrifice himself for the info and a little pepper damage. And Seth is there with the fork to bite in, bringing it to point 4 for St. Clair Saints.
And that's also just great. That's great communication by St. Clair, because you see Steven gets taken down. He instantly sees the remaining health, sees that it's only about half health, and then you immediately saw wasn't even going for the headshot there, just going for the body shot, biggest area to hit, because he knew just hitting that would be as good as a headshot in this scenario. I mean, anytime a member of St. Clair gets any sort of information, they're sharing it with the team in a very, very efficient fashion.
That Omen ult pops out, and nobody is watching spawn. I'm sure they're thinking about it. And there it is, that defense. Goes rolling up, is going to look for a little bit of action. They might just find him. But it has taken all of their attention away. And Omen takes it. SF is going to find that 1-for-1, meaning C all the way back to CT spawn is held by the Saints. This is scary. They've got one in B box as well, making the transition difficult for Opka. Opka is going to find it, though. This is just tough. Yeah, Opka's no way out of that, leaving zero space for Ansify to hang out. And look at that flush. I mean, it was just one frag that earned them all of C site. They got the plant and just waved straight across B. Just high-level gameplay here. To use an ult as a distraction, usually that means throwing away that Omen, but he stood his ground and then connected the dots. They owned so much territory there. Difficult to play against now. 0-5 for the Owls.
My ult's ready.
Charges up another ult, Rolling Thunder online. And a regroup. They'll pick up the spike they left. Decide whether they want to go A or B.
Yeah, we can expect a few ults coming to roll out just to make sure that they don't all happen at once. As Knives is on board here from Instinct. And Knives for KENNESAW is very close as well. Rolling Thunder for KENNESAW is just another point away, and Steven has theirs. Spike is transferred twice. As they come rolling into the site, they've got to allocate some duties. Ooh. And the carrier barely makes it in alive. Q finds Ansify and keeps fighting in Steven on a great angle to grab a few more. With a little assistance, going to find one more. Now 3 left. To come rolling in from both sides. So much vision denial is still up. Instinct and a 1-for-1 takes it. That means an op has been dropped. Finds a second, readies that flash out. He's going to use it to get one more and bring it to a flawless. I'm sure that operator is being recovered to hold a strong position for the St. Clair Saints moving into
It wasn't even an op, that was a Marshall.
Oh, was it?
Yep. I mean, it shows how much KENNESAW State wishes they could be opping right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I only ever saw it in ADS.
But I don't think St. Clair doesn't need an op to pick up. They just land the shots with the Vandals so efficiently that they've already got their one-shot kill.
Ooh, what an arrest on the push here. Everybody is so blind and concussed. Instinct waiting at the gates to move on in. But there is a real operator waiting for them, and that is a single shot from the Ion op to shut down any attempts onto A short, A long now. Reconsidering the situation as the defense is clearly strong. And the util in B-box has not been triggered at all. Double doors nor garage have seen anything.
Oh, the crosshair placement too high, and St. Clair Q immediately lets that be known. Picks up another 2 and 3, and we're back to even footing.
Even footing indeed, but the win con's difficult. They still need to get a plant out, and there's only 45 seconds left on the clock. Duper, watching from above, is going to make sure that doesn't happen. A couple sights on to the A short. He knows one's waiting there. Decides to move on out SF now, low on options. Kind of has to hang low, maybe drop some smoke to add some cover to give Q the option to roll in. And they're going to do it with a knife out, a bold call. As soon as they get close, they go for the plant. The drop down is almost here. Oh, but the timing's bad.
That's huge. Once he gets back to safety, now he's got this Hunter's Fury he can use to stall it out. He can just wait and play this on sound alone.
That is very true. He won't have to pull the trigger for a while. He's going to hang all the way back. That Astro Wall, he's going to come out. I don't know if that blocks the ult. Ooh,
oh,
Legend
nice.
Right in the
is
face.
Able to play around him. It's a bait on the defuse, though. They didn't even get the half stick. Comes around, takes him out.
And upsets the full defuse now.
I mean,
low
he's
on
already
time.
done enough. I think that's enough time taken off. Oh, no, they're just barely a little under 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Even in the rounds that the Owls win, St. Clair They took a 5v2 and brought it back to even footing. Seth playing out of his mind, 11, 12, and 2 on the KDA. Good news for Kennesaw State about winning that round is that they're going to be able to keep their op or their jet.
It is a nice, slow, and controlled play this round. We've seen a lot of CLAIR defense chomping at the bit to get some action, but this one's a little bit held back. They've cleared themselves off of C in a bit of a gamble stack and begin moving through the grass nice and slow. The Saints do not want to lose any players unnecessarily. Drop a early attacker killjoy just to guarantee a little bit of extra space. Kennesaw is going to respect that.
Yeah, area's clear.
And move off the points. A big flank, possibly. Already holding A box. Oh, but they're looking at it. And it's a good pop SF. Strong in the timing, it's going to find one.
Off your feet!
And that is a very well placed.
That is very well placed. Talk about good flanks. Steven has a great one here. He can come in behind. The Sova's aware to it, but yeah, that's the thing.
The deliberacy is satisfying. To be strafing, to just stop, correct, click, and move on. I mean, he's just here clicking heads.
Crosshair placement has never been an issue for St. Clair in terms of how high the crossbar is. They only have to worry about moving the mouse left or right.
It's true. No, their vision on the horizon is excellent.
I was predicting that. I was thinking we were going to see better than an 8-4, and I think St. Clair is we're definitely going to see more than a 9-3. I'm gonna say at least a 10-2, but we could even go all the way to 11-1. Elimination starting to pile up for St. Clair. Definitely seems like we're on that track. They've cleared out Courtyard. Now we're going to be moving to Garage, rotate up to C. Once they take out this breach, it's going to be smooth sailing on to C. He gets hit with the dart down to 15 health. They're going to hunt him down and have a wide open site to plant on. They got to make sure they check this angle. They're trying to bait it out with the...
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't thrown a classic yet.
And this is just taunting at this point.
I'm surprised Ansify doesn't go for the wall peek here. Oh, and they throw some utility onto the poor man. He'll never get that shot. Now he has to recollect. Oh, and they grab him from the side. Instinct. Thrown through the smoke is going to find him flawless. And that's just tough for the morales, too. You finally find a point. It's 7-1. You come rushing in, fresh credits, and it's a flawless disrupt. They cannot catch a break.
And I think the Owls just they need to use at least one timeout here. They are given every single game, and so definitely have the ability, but you know, if you're just going round after round after round, losing without taking one timeout, something that, you know, a lot of teams do when it's very competitive.
That's true, and I mean, it's very competitive. We're not quite approaching match point, but I mean, we already have one round, and the person that won the round last time, oh, SF very close to catching a double, but it's not their Ansify to report. Giza grabs one and evens the field just a little bit. 3v4 now left alive. Oh, the offense is going in for the plant, but they are finding people. It seems strong. The defense is well on their way around. Steven just looking to find something. They are going to neutralize that Hunter's Fury coming from the spawn. And look at this thick layer of a retake defense in the box. Plus a little extra smoke. It's going to be hard for D. Oh, just had to wait. Instinct gets greedy and goes flying in Q. Does a good job to get the trade there, but Deegan almost found a way to the spike.
The very worst that can happen for St. Clair is a 9-3. They have 2 rounds left. They've won just about all of them. And they also have a good bit of ultimates built up as well. They've got that Hunter's Fury back up, and there is no Astro Wall this time for Kennesaw State. Just got to make sure that they all don't bunch up and push wherever the Breeze is guarding.
Out of my way. Covering it.
He's guarding B, but St. Clair has pretty wisely chosen C to charge through, and it's been a site that's given them a lot of success. Oh, and the Breeze just rips it too early, and now everything's all clear for St. Clair.
Oh.
Spike down. C.
Amidst the haze,
Last player
Duper
standing.
walks out of the situation with 2, Ansify and Opta, each with their 1, but the trades have come out, and here it is. Opta only needs 1 more to close it up, point 2. Oh, and he's feeling strong about it. Look, match in control.
Round in the half.
He wanted that one.
Yeah,
he wanted it.
I mean, he is finally being served after going hungry for the last game and a half. They are bringing it closer to a 9-3, which is best case scenario for them moving into the second half, where hopefully they have a little bit of an advantage. Just as far as attack versus defense goes, the defense is always spread so thin on these 3-site maps.
They'll go for another charge on towards C. Just try to rinse and repeat. Hunter's Fury to start things off, getting dinks on a lot of people. It's a 2-for-2 trade, both down to 3 apiece. Some gun
Spike
upgrades
planted.
for Kennesaw State.
Deploying drone.
Nice and quiet as they are just lying in wait. Deegan looking to simplify the
That's a
situation.
nice
Finds
flank.
one,
Look
and off
at
the
that.
flash, another.
That's a beaut.
Rolling it up, stamping it, and sending it out the door. They bring this half to a 9-3. Cross your fingers. As Kennesaw State
Switching
takes the
sides.
attacking side.
St. Clair's been, at least in the first half, did a pretty good job of checking all the angles and everything like that. And now we see the timeout be brought out by by St. Clair, actually, is going to get it.
Yeah, I mean, that momentum is shifting a bit. They had several rounds in a row now with the curse at their sides. The truth of the curse is that if you can find that first point, you are looking at a 5-9, which isn't an awful position to be in, though they weren't able to come back from it last round. So they're going to need more than the first point getting them up to that 5-10.
I think one of the main factors is going to be finding out how good St. Clair instinct is going to be on that op, because we saw Kennesaw State go for the op a few rounds, and it did manage to get a few picks here and there. So depending on how St. Clair, how soon they win this, like if you were saying, if they lose those first 2 rounds, then I think saving up for that op might just be in St. Clair's wheelhouse to try to bring some rounds back.
Yeah, especially if St. Clair can stay strong with their odd angles and their off angles, that op is going to be especially damaging. We've seen a lot of gamble stacks and a lot of big pushes towards odd angles and odd approaches to the site. It has not been a very default situation. There's been a lot of flanks coming out, so playing messy with that op and having the omen is going to be a little bit to take on.
You could also say it's probably a bit of poetic justice that Kennesaw State was finally able to outflank St. Clair.
Yeah.
I mean, what St. Clair's been doing all game, and Kennesaw State brings it back in the last couple of rounds.
Turret out.
Going into the first round of the second half. Pistol round very important for Kennesaw State. They've had a wide open C that they can move in on, but St. Clair is pretty bunched up. In fact, they're going to be charging in as a unit. Smoke will keep them at bay for a little while, but they're all bunched up in garage. Push through, caught by the alarm bot. Information given over to the Owls, trying to check every angle. Seth gets the first. Defuse now going through. They're just going to play Protect the President. Move in, Pro, stick it. Can you do it? They can. St. Clair claims the first round.
What a round. That one was just fun to watch, and it only took a couple of seconds.
And that one last pick by Seth puts them over the 20 mark. Whew.
a 20 bomb. Look at that. And an interesting distribution here. If maybe they could take care of SF and possibly Q, they'd have a much easier time. But man, SF has been strong. They've been on top of the 3Ks time and time again. Meanwhile, out for KSU, a very, very even distribution on the KDA here.
And KSU is also kind of realizing how dire the score is. They're forced to buy stingers for this round to try to match up St. Clair.
Yeah, they're going to go for that second round reach, hoping to upset the situation. Look at all the utility just dumped onto the site. It's another flash push. Coming out strong. They're just going to play through the smokes. Doesn't matter who's there. It might be SF, but not quite yet. Moving around, they're going to drop that paranoia, and no, it's just a smoke, which sets Duper in the middle of it. It's enough time to throw out some stars and hopefully get a little advantage here. The guns come flying in. Instinct, eye to eye with too many people, is lucky to make a good trade out of it. Q and SF to find their one. Steven following in after. SF looking to make it a double. Ooh, throws another padding on the pile and brings in point 11 for the defensive team, giving the Clairs a strong hold on the situation as they approach the round of 4.
Well, I don't think they're crossing their fingers anymore at finishing the first half 9-3. Instead, they're taking a little trip to bonus land with only 2 rounds left for the win. It's not that bad of a bonus either because of the second round reach from Kennesaw State. Not all of them are going to have rifles. In fact, for their bonus, St. Clair is actually outgunning Kennesaw. That's huge.
Out of charges.
Okay, so you don't want to be flying blindly in. So you take it nice and slow, drop a little bit of util on. That's the util we expect. The defense will start blocking the overs. They already have C buttoned up. They position hard over here. Instinct and Q are going to find their one Opta low on health, just waiting to do a little bit of damage. Speaking of a little bit of damage, the arrow goes out. Steven to find Q and SF to close it up, and it's a flawless, bringing them up to match point. And this is game point as well.
Match point.
St. Clair's getting a little bit closer to dusting off all their passports, ready to go to the grand finals.
Yeah.
They still got the semifinals after this, but if this round is anything to go by, then Canada is going to have some good representation in the NACE Star League Grand Finals. St. Clair only 1 away from claiming the quarterfinal match.
It looks like our Phoenix friends from Tennessee are going to change the pace here a little bit. They're grouped very centrally, and they're pulling out the Guardians. Maybe they're going to call the plays. No, they're still charging on in. They do have those long sight lines ready. Drop a little bit of information, doesn't find much, as the C site has been wide open. This is your chance to play an ult, though. Duper getting very close and very friendly. Takes out a little bit of info gathering util from Giza. Now the rotations around, and look at this. Deegan and Duper doing well to make a stance down to a 2v2, and the plant is out. It's an ultimate pull by SF.
Oh, he actually
called by
went for the
Aka.
teleport.
Enemy remaining.
It's
The
all
trade.
down to Q.
Sovas, either side Q, a pop on it. Doesn't hold till the half. Opka, man, low on options. Just going to wait this timer out. A bold call. It may be another point, but he
he's
has the
got it.
Hunter's Fury. No options for Q. Tries to find the half in the midst of it. Is absolutely chased down. Low on time. There's no way out of this one. Opka calls the bluff once, twice again.
That's nicely played by Kennesaw State. They delayed that one perfectly.
Yeah, the win con was in the mindset. He did not get greedy, and he played it out to the final seconds. And throwing down an ultimate to get that round is not a bad call at all. And he kept him at bay as well. As a defense, you could come rolling in and try to take that, that one frag, and then once you're playing alone, decide if you have the time to go for the frag, but he couldn't.
I'll happily spend an ultimate if it means not losing the entire game.
Yes, that's very true. I mean, that's what they're
I mean,
there
you're
for.
not spending an ultimate to save the round, you're spending an ultimate to save the whole thing.
Yes. Yeah, the Knight is in their hands now, and it's an op on the side of the Saints, holding a strong position onto the big window on B.
What I was talking about, this could be the deciding factor.
Ooh,
but it's going to be Giza on the Sheriff. Go figure who's actually gets the first pick.
It's only a single trade, though, as Duper and Legend
Ow!
find their one instinct. Ooh, from the angle, just like you said, a very strong
That's
pick. And
it!
Spike
no,
down, C.
no scope on the second one. Just being disrespectful. It's down to Ansify from a distance. Holding off against that dash is going to drop the Rolling Thunder. A good concuss onto the op.
One enemy
A
remaining.
quick cloud burst will fuzz up this situation, and Instinct now being held strong by Duper. Will have no chance to peek here. Spike has been dropped uncomfortably in the corner. Duper low on options now. Has got to fall back and throw in a couple of... Oh, wow. How did that op miss the one-way smoke, holding Duper in a compromising position? And from the hip.
Defenders win.
And with that, St. Clair will be moving on to the semifinals. Kennesaw State did the best they could, but you're going up against one of the top seeded teams. It's hard to overcome the titan that is St. Clair College. All right, that does it for the first semifinal match. Before we go on to the second, we want to give a shout out to Duncan, NACE Star League's partner through the fall 2023 semester. NACE Star League and America runs on Duncan. And that just about does it for the first match, and we're going to be moving on to Maryville versus Cumberland for the next bout, and it could be a repeat of what we just saw.
It could be, though. Cumberland is going to give it their all to make sure that it's not. And we did discuss the difference in power that we're expecting in the differences of these match. I think that St. Clair is first and Maryland was in second, right? Mm-hmm. Which does shorten the gap a little bit. As well, Cumberland has a nice roster that they're going to be footing against this team. So they'd love to see a little bit more of a difference and maybe a couple more timeouts coming from their direction. And maybe if the attacks and defenses shake up a little differently, they could have the chance to get a little extra momentum, but that's all to be decided.
Before we get to that next game, we'll leave you with the top 5 plays from this game brought to you by Mavics Gaming Chairs. Mavics, feel the difference. We'll take a short break as you enjoy your top 5 plays. Throw Omen in as your more traditional smoker, and then Raise with up-close range damage fulfills your Genius role.
So there is a nice little mirror matchup. So it would seem
On one, very possible the Owls take this. Fire now going through. They know where Seth is.
I'm surprised he doesn't pop the Viper's Pit here with low health. He still has the spike, and he takes it. It'll come rushing in. Front door on C-Site. And they're going to start.
HOs get a good bit of damage. Moving in with the Showstopper, too. They're positioned far back, however.
Ooh.
Just waiting. Nope.
Beautiful tracking. All it takes is a couple more. With a little assistance, going to find one more. Now 3 left. It's him rolling in from both sides. So
Right
much
there.
vision denial is still up. Instinct. And a 1-for-1 takes it. That means an op has been dropped. Finds a second. Readies that flash out. He's going to use it to get one more and bring it to a flawless. In case Dagan gets a little greedy. Dagan's looking strong. That's Sakura Classic. Oh! Unreal! That doesn't find it. That was scary.
Okay,
I did not
if
know if they
you
were gonna make
didn't
it out of
land
there.
that.
Goodness, if you answered the cloud burst with a jet dash
Look at that
fast,
spree transfer!
incredible. SF is on to the big window on B.
What I was talking about, this could be the deciding factor.
Ooh,
But it's going to be Giza on the Sheriff. Go figure who's actually gets the first pick.
It's only a single trade, though, as Duper and Legend
Ow!
find their one instinct. Ooh, from the angle, just like you said, a very strong
That's
pick. And
it!
Spike
No.
down, C.
no scope on the second one.
Welcome back to the NACE Star League studio. We are now joined by Steven from St. Clair off of that huge victory they pulled off in the round of 8. How are you doing today, sir? And we will talk to Steven as soon as we can, because definitely a great victory that was pulled off.
Yeah, a strong victory too. I mean, they had to keep fighting for it as well. They had a nice push coming in from the other team, so they never got slow with it. It was strong positional play the entire game.
Yep, and I certainly want to ask him about all the all the plans that are coming out for the next, because they still got the semifinal match coming out. But I'm also noticing on their jerseys off camera here, they got the Canadian flag on there as well. So we've been talking a little bit about kind of that international travel as well. So
yeah, that'll be fun. I wonder if they've got any exciting plans, anything they want to see while they're here in the States.
Well, they've gone to NACE Star League finals a lot of times, so they've been here probably a good amount.
They are definitely familiar with the interstate travel process. Those LAN games are exciting too. I would be excited if I was top of the leaderboard like that, but there's still a lot of game left to go.
I also hear they're thinking of starting out a train route from Toronto to Chicago.
Ooh,
that
really?
route has been closed for a long time, but might actually get some passenger service there. So it'd just be a short hop on the train and you could get over to the States.
Spending a weekend in Toronto would be a good time had by all.
Well, I mean, what really stood out to you most from that performance on St. Clair?
I would say it's the positional play. I mean, we saw a lot of really good holds onto angles and a lot of strong holds from off angles as well. It was the game sense. It's the readiness to color outside the lines and flexibility of the game.
There we go. Now we got him. Now we got him. Hey, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so yeah, I might want to hold that mic just way up close so we can hear you. Thank you so much. So you still got the semifinal match going up against either Converse or Rochester. So what are the preparations going into that match?
What are the preparations? Honestly, there's no physical preparations that we have to do. It's all mental. You know, we just came out of a 13-0 versus Northwood just yesterday, so we think all the competition coming up is going to be pretty easy. And it's all just mental, keeping yourself humble and going into the match confident.
Confidence is there. I like it.
The confidence is there, but you know, Steven, you acknowledge keeping yourself humble is important. I have some questions about the map picks. You guys seemed very strong positionally speaking, like I was just saying, and that is quite a mouse to keep under the cage when you've got 3 sites going on, though it seems like time and time again, teams in this division keep picking the 3-site maps as their choice game. Why is that, do you know? Where do you guys sit on Lotus and Haven?
Well, for us at least, we're pretty default heavy team, and our mid round is really good. So mid rounding on these 3-site maps is pretty crucial. So if you're a good team at mid rounding, then 3-site maps are most likely going to be your strong suit.
So assuming you make it to the finals, which you seem pretty confident that you're going to do, on the other side of the bracket, we've got teams like Maryville and West Virginia. Who would be your ideal matchup for the grand final should you make it there?
Definitely Maryville. I want to play them the most. I think I see everyone, all my other opponents other than Maryville, as people just in my way of Maryville. You know what I mean? I'm like, give me Maryville. I want to play Maryville for finals.
I like the rivalry.
The gauntlet has been laid down. 2 titans of collegiate esports ready to go up against each other. We'll see if you make it, but for now, congratulations on your round of 8 win.
Thank you so much.
All right, that's going to do it for this first match. And hey, we've been talking so much about Maryville. We've got Maryville coming up against Cumberland. Don't go away for that match. We'll be back after this break.
preparing for a future that I wanna see. There's no one else I'd rather share this with. Nobody knows my imperfections quite as perfectly. You guessed it, it is you that I'm thinking of when we're apart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark. It is true. I'd give it all, I'd give my heart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark, when I'm in the dark. what you say. Turn the lights off. Turn the light, tell me what you say. Turn the light, tell me what you say. Turn the light, tell me what you say. Tell me what you say. Tell me what you say. Tell me what you said. Tell me what you said. Tell me what you said. Turn the light, tell me what you say.
Welcome back to the NACE Star League studio. It's time for the second Valorant match of today in the round of 8. And for this one, we are going down south. It's Maryville in Georgia versus Cumberland in Tennessee. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Greg Smith. And Greg, I think Maryville kind of speaks for themselves in kind of the school that they are and the huge competition threat that they bring to every single tournament they're in. But there are a reason why we might be a little bit hopeful for Cumberland. What is that reason?
Yeah, Cumberland is showing decent stats, and we saw a good push from a larger disparity in ranks in the last match, so we're expecting this one to be a well-fought match. But that's not to say that Maryland is super worried. They're just going to have to play a nice, solid game here. Like you said, they are a giant, and their own precedence precedes them as they are scaring off even teams above them. Though that's only one team. They are sitting at second seed here. Maryville College is a strong contender for this match.
All right, let's take a look at where we have been and where we were. St. Clair went up against Kennesaw State, got a 2-0. Maryville that is going to be going up against Cumberland in our second and final match of the night. Now let's see who's bringing up the team for Maryville. We've got Aid, Swayze, Crunchy, Isis, and JC Stanny.
And they don't make it easy for us. Cumberland College sporting Foxy, Bilgoat, Cascola, Cluey, and Morg.
And let's also take a look at the lineup that we have. We got Ascent, Haven, and Bind lined up. So on to all the classics, really.
Yeah, and everybody opted to attack on these as well, so we should see the same style of energy that we saw from the last couple of games here in the final bracket as we keep inching closer towards the finals in December.
A lot of people who might want to root for the Phoenix have a lot to root for. Cumberland's great team. We've had great interviews with them over the season. They have a few more Radiant players than Maryville actually does. So even though Maryville is higher seeded, Cumberland might have an ace or two up their sleeves. It looks like we're getting into the agent selection. Let's see what both teams are bringing to the table.
Cumberland is going to be beginning the attack here, shadowing a little bit of a mirror by depending on the position Foxy would like to take. Sure enough, it seems like it'll be a nice even split down the middle.
And yeah, I can't say I'm too surprised here with how these agent selections have gone. This is such a well-played and nailed-down stage that everything is just kind of an auto pick at this point. Mirror match only coming down to each team's raw skill. A stage that's been pretty much the same since it came out.
Yeah, not a lot of strong overworks have happened to this stage.
I mean, if you could think of a stage that just is synonymous with Valorant as much as Jet is, it would probably be Ascent.
Yeah. I'm surprised that people haven't gotten bored of this stage the way it has anchored the map of maps position title. People just keep on picking it. I mean, it's a nice place to be. There's a strong mid presence, there's highs and there's lows, but there's not too much verticality, so much that a good number of agents are unpickable here. But when you're down to a battle of mistakes, the pros would consider every agent to be either pickable or unpickable in some sense.
All right, here we go. Maryville versus Cumberland Phoenix. Let's see how the Phoenix do on their first attack. Going to be going right through the molly up toward the switch. Going to be checking a few angles here and there. Hot Dog moving up the spawn, might catch a flank. Swayze ends that strategy right there and then.
Yeah, nice strong hold for the defensive. They're going to start migrating over to A site, where the spike has been committed in default and rigged with lots of explosives, as Cluey is going to make their way back down the hallway and check out any kind of a flank that could be coming around from mid. But man, the extension here is wild, considering that there is already a lot of defense making their way across the cat here on Heaven. They're going to have to fight off anybody in Hell as well as anybody peering in from Tree.
Nice ambush by Bilgoat. Gets himself a double. Make that a triple. Cumberland, you could have, I was going to say, you might have an ace on your hands. Cluey's going to steal that out, but I'm sure against a tough team like Maryville, they'll take a win wherever they can get it. Not going to matter whether an ace is here or there.
Definitely so. the Cumberland Phoenix going to find their first point, setting them up for a strong position onto the second point. They're going to grab a Guardian and a couple of Bulldogs. Maybe even
Well,
a
more than a
Spectre.
couple Bulldogs.
Yeah.
They're almost all Bulldogs.
Wow. Yeah, the changeover. No more Guardian. They're going to get up and in your face. And that is a nice place to be when you're considering B site. So, as they hang out right around the garage, a couple onto the midfield. Enjoying the grass. Hot Dog goes sprinting on through, drops a Cloudburst, checking his angles diligently. He's going to drop one more to assist in the roll on toward the site. As they're hanging out in mid-market here, though. Defense is doing well to keep things at bay almost. Aid holding off that spawn site just in case any odd flanks come out from the attacking side. But it looks like they've split the field in two. And they're going to walk over to the A site. That's one of the beautiful things about mid position here on the Ascent. They can really hard fake B and then rotate to A in a strong style, getting a good plant in the default position again.
Of course, they are expected to win this round, but the question is by how much? Oh, doesn't even check the angle. They know the KO's there, but Bilgoat, enough of a problem that the Phoenix just collapse in on Maryville. But remember last game, Kennesaw State also won the first two matches against St. Clair, and we all know how that turned out, so let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
Yeah,
We'll
that pistol
see in the
round.
next few rounds what this match really is.
Yeah, the story has not been told yet, but Bilgoat is being a strong narrator. Trying to get us to remember his name. He's already come out with a couple of multis.
Some initial intel will be gained off of the Dart. Hunter's Fury to start things out by the Phoenix. Hot Dog hanging out in the smoke and catches Maryville. I can no longer make fun of you, Greg. Maryville completely off guard. Gets the two up. They're up 5-3. This is brilliant for Cumberland. They get another one. Now up 5-2. They could just win their bonus.
Yeah, Maryville University backpedaling off of this site. It's going to hang out in A and just save a couple of creds here. They're not in an awful position, but it's not off to a good start. They're even going to double down the last of their utility to hang out in a strong position, making sure to watch each other's backs as the fight is on and the hunt is coming for them. Yeah, with so much time on the clock, they'd love to find a couple of outros here. I love the diligence here to leave one player, though, by the spike down to the last second, making sure nobody gets caught in a bad game of
Nice
run around the
exit,
Rosie. And look
Greg.
at this, dropping down to assist in the
Oh,
hold.
that is rough.
Their greed is unbecoming of them, and they lose a few players there to the last two of MU.
Yeah, they bit off way more than they could chew at that point. That is a lot of credits given over to Maryville.
Yeah, what you'd call an upsetting upset in the last couple
But,
seconds.
I mean, they still won their bonus round, so, I mean, you know, it's kind of looking a gift horse in the mouth, if you will, but...
Very true. They are off to a great start on an uneven battlefield. Hot Dog, ooh, playing strong is punished, though that could have been very impressive if they gotten a lot of ground out of that. They were definitely the catalyst and a nice drive for the position that they now hold. I mean, the site is theirs, and they've got still a minute 20 on the clock. Plant is going to go down nice and early.
I do like the early plant a lot. Gives them some... Make sure it guarantees the credits that they'll get for the plant and can put the pressure on Maryville to retake. It's a one-for-one trade.
Look at that fast rotation, though. I mean, you can tell we're playing on a two-site map when, despite an early plant, the defense is already lining up. And look at this right from the side. Two in a row, just sweeping across. 2 plus an assist to bring in an easy defuse for the first point on the side of MU. Maryville starting to even the sides. Quick little replay from the situation of 1v3. Maryville would love to have this snowball keep on rolling And as the buys come out, we have another good gun round, leaving it to individual skill and team skill to see who will take the next point. A little bit of an Ares being shadowed. The strange thing about pulling an Ares out on this map is that it's not been given to the Sova. It's going to be the Shadow Stepping Agent Omen. And this is our first strong push onto B.
Oh, Swayze has it lined up in mid. Absolutely called that one out.
Now a great rotation to respond to pressure from Swayze. Even more fire coming in through mid as the couple hang out near the catwalk, and Spike is kind of trapped on the grass next to a down player.
No major engagements quite yet. Phoenix still have to plant with one down. Gets the knife lineup going. That's going to check out mid-market. Ooh, a little bit of a scuff on that one. Well, they can still take this 4-2, but remember, Maryville, very good on their lineup. Smoke goes down. You make it much harder. They'll flash out of the smoke, run right into the KJ util. A lot of damage being done with that swarm grenade. This Sova picks up Cluey as well.
Wow.
Swayze, man.
Under flash. That was a little bit scary for Phoenix. I mean, they timed it all up right. They had the util out. They make their debut, and they kind of get caught between a rock and a hard place here. Their options aren't fantastic. They can't just litter through the smoke, but they can't push on any further as people are waiting behind this util, suppressed and caught in an awkward position. They just kind of get fired onto, peppered here and there, and a blind Swayze to make the insult to injury.
And now the main question is whether the Phoenix really did have a spectacular start or if Maryville just needed a little bit of time to warm up.
Though it'll be good for their mental game, the Phoenix would take a nice 3 points to begin the field, though. I could expect a timeout coming from them soon if this round doesn't go according to plan. Maryville streamlining right across the grass, lining up the catwalk, getting closer and closer to tree. Jay Stanny will be the first line of defense, and JC's taking a little bit of an odd angle. They've got to step in a ways. Oh, there it is. First one. Excellently placed and gets right out of there. No Gareed at all. Bringing it to a nice even 5-4. Breaking the glass and going to assist from the other side.
It is traded back. Cluey bringing this back to 4-all. And a slow rotation back toward mid. They might try to push B again.
Which is interesting because the people on B have already made the rotation out. They're taking the field which was given to them. This is an uncomfortable rotation. They don't know it, but their best chance is to go through mid-market. They may be split here, trying to watch the flank from both sides, as well as enter into contested territory from a new angle this late in the round. I mean, only 30 seconds left, and they still haven't made a decision. They've peeked out a few options, but Cluey very close behind a couple of defenders holding in the garage. And they may re-hit A, hoping that rotation has come out and there might be a little bit more uncontested of a situation, but that's just not the case. So much util is still waiting for them. They may walk right into this one. Cluey does down one, but aid from short up. Ooh, it's a trade as Cascola finds one and goes down.
Oh, that's
JC.
so devastating.
Oh, just playing excellently. A 4K, ace in his eyes, a few seconds on the clock. Cluey low on options.
You cannot let that happen, Cumberland.
There was no kind of a dirty flash ace either. This took him in the entire round to accumulate. JC is simply good.
That is embarrassing right there. You're up to a lead, you're trying to plant, and then just one player, just one, wipes out your entire team.
It's the indecision in mid that put the timer above their heads and made this re-entry a little bit skinny. It felt thin.
Now things are all tied up again as the Phoenix were off to a great start, but have sort of crashed and burned after that first 3 rounds. A little bit of initial fire with the Odin through the traditional setup that the Sova likes to have on B. They're smoked off, making sure they check all the angles. They'll put a bit of heat under Maryville's feet with this Killjoy. Have to either go to the corner in Boathouse or just all the way back. The Omen is teleported back there into Boathouse.
Oh, beautiful
Oh, and
flash timing.
Crunchy just relentless.
Oh, almost had the 4K. May even find it. Wow, absolutely incredible. Just great flash timing to down the spike. Once the win con's changed, you can camp that position, come out for another one, and instead of fretting right off, decides to adjust the sights and grabs a second through a flash of only several pixels wide.
Timeout called, and yeah, I gotta say, you need to call a timeout right here.
Just one after another. These multi-kills are unbelievable as Crunchy proves that they're not the only strong player.
In both of those rounds, it's once one player gets a pick, it's almost like an avalanche. They just start getting more and more. We had an ace 2 rounds ago. And then the last round, the KO picked up a quad as well. So it hasn't even been double peaking. It's just been one player popping off against the entire team of the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's interesting the effect that momentum has on the situation. Like you said, like your team wants to play together, but it's hard to when it just takes one person to wipe out the situation. So we've seen the morale shift from side to side here. And as we just found out in our recent talk with a good player on another team, the mental game is so important. It is a big factor, and we've known this for a long time. So this timeout, I'm sure, is just to gather the strength here and really talk things over, or not talk at all, as they're going to move into another face down with a team that so easily could just wipe them out from any angle.
And I think they also got to be a bit more decisive. I mean, they're just taking too long to get toward the actual points. You know what I said? I like the early plants. Being able to basically make yourself the defending team and put the timer pressure under the defenders.
Yeah, it is nice having the clock on your side.
Moving up mid-market, the best they can hope for right now is just a few picks here or there.
Oh, they bait out the knife shot and then go following it after the ultimate 1-2. Just got him with the old bait and switch. Crunchy's going to find one and get greedy.
Absolutely
Goes running up for another. Might just have it. Is expecting a big push, but that's not the case. They are backing right away. So Foxy from a distance stays strong and finds that on a narrow angle. Wow, barely makes it out of there through a couple of wall bangs. You can't even see the man's health bar from here. Swayze, under suppression, is going to wait just a few seconds. He can't get that cloud burst or any of those dashes. They're going to fly out of there, and Foxy lives to tell another tale. JC putting in the hours. Now they're ready. The rematch. Foxy's looking for no health to be found.
I'm thinking when I'm going into a full round like this, I'm thinking 2 picks good, 3 picks great. Anything else is just outstanding.
That's true. I mean, 3. The emotional damage from losing a rock, paper, scissors match here would down him.
30 seconds left.
Just sweeping, looking for anything, but a peek could come from any box. So many angles are open. He sees one, and that's the go. They jump on him.
And that was the game he had to play. He had to be absolutely perfect in getting. He had to be absolutely perfect in hitting ahead. Nothing will punish you more than the sheriff if you can't get headshots.
Yes. Yep, it's true.
All right, well, in 5 rounds, things are drastically different. Maryville looked like they were faltering at the beginning, but they are rated second in NACE Star League for a reason, and that reason is quickly making itself obvious in the first round. Phoenix start with another push on B. Maryville is going to bring out their knives.
This is the first serious spike in pocket we've seen for a while. But as your spike holder keeps getting down, which changes the positional play of the game, it's important to keep this, dare I say, up your sleeve or in the pocket. They will taxi back and grab that spike as B is looking more and more promising, though. A knife in the middle will give away their position, and a spam on the knives finds one. Cascola makes the trade favorable for the side of the Phoenix. Out in Cumberland.
No smoke off aid. They also get the knife. Suppressing aid has to move through, but they spot him. Cluey takes him out.
Yeah, Cluey just wins that fair firefight there. And is now going to watch the back sight. They're not there, though. The last defensive player.
Now, I think here they shouldn't get greedy. You know, they shouldn't go hunting.
I mean, but how badly do you want this Odin next round, you know?
You're attacking, though. I mean, I guess you could wallbang it through B, but I mean, we saw what happened in their fourth round when they just decided, in their third round, excuse me, their bonus when they decided to go hunting.
It looks like
they
this
lost 3-1.
may just be a cheeky save where they're looking for that one instance of an outro, and they may just find it here as Cluey's looking for it themselves. Oh, that's scary though.
That
There's
wasn't
quite a bit of
even
a
lucky.
windup. I mean, if they peek and they're looking at you, you don't win that match against any other gun. So that was just good game sense, and they were able to find one, but nobody else is going to take that trade. Nobody else gets that greedy. So maybe it wasn't awful. Did a little bit of damage, and you're right. Defense on the Odin, it's nice.
A little bit of a foothold for Cumberland to bring it back within one round. Cumberland going expensive with their taste. Both teams being a bit expensive.
Between
Odin
the Odin and the
Op
Op
each.
on either side.
They
and
are
that's
high rolling right
interesting.
now.
Odin and Op on the offense. I mean, Odin and Op on the defense is scary. You can't stand behind anything, but you can't peek anything either. But from an offensive side, they've got to have a trick up their sleeve, and here it is. The trick up your sleeve is just drilling through this wall and trying to catch any defender that's waiting for you. So by releasing this dart, he's going to be getting some information, but he's going to be giving some away as well. And you got to keep that in mind. That's why he doesn't want to throw anything away until he hears footsteps first. This is clearly high-level play.
Now, here is just one knife ring out across the battlefield, then it goes back to dead silent.
Not quite the shot heard around the world, as there's not a lot of response to that knife fire. They decide to regroup towards mid, and here is that slow gameplay that we have seen so much of from Phoenix. Though it's not hurting them awfully. They've given up, you know, a majority of the points, but they're holding a strong 4-5. And considering the bracket stance right now, I'd be happy with that.
Rocking right into the alarm bot, however. Presence will be given away, but he's going to take it because he wants to keep scoped on the op.
Yep.
All right, they're down to 30 seconds. Time. Oh, it was a sniper battle.
Wow.
And Swayze wins by a millisecond.
Man, the first person to be in the op sites was the other opper on both sides.
Even if the Phoenix had pulled the trigger first, they were aiming for the legs, so that wouldn't have done it.
Good angle advantage there by Crunchy. He's going to find one after a little bit of
Gotta
util.
move.
Oh no, the Odin was looking right at 2 men in the smoke, but Crunchy jumps out behind him, is going to make a trade out of that. Cascola looking for something, might just get it.
They got to win it on elims.
Oof. And it's just not there.
Again.
Shot to the hip.
Everyone's so heavy.
Time
the
management
wire.
just cost them 2 rounds now.
And even if it's not directly a loss on time, that pressure of being like 20 seconds in and looking to storm the castle for a plant, it creates for some sloppy checks. The team play isn't quite there. You don't have time to coordinate. The judge is coming out. I love the offhand guns.
This is gonna be fun.
But wow, their skim on credits. I mean, Hot Dog had to buy that judge for somebody else. Only narrowly afforded all of their util and a Vandal. Ignores the one-way smoke, goes rolling in. Knives were popped too recently to give up any info for that ult orb. So they're leading the pack into the A site. JC times it well.
Smoke goes down around generator. Flushes out. The Omen, it's traded back, but Cluey keeping a person advantage for the Phoenix. Gonna see a Killjoy be dropped down, and in response, the Hunter's Fury to destroy. Cluey picks up another. Hot Dog gets the Opper and the Odin as well. Huge round for Phoenix.
And there had to be some faith there too, because they just kept marching on along Heaven, even though the Defender Killjoy was still active. Last round before the swap at a strong 6-5. Strange to say, but it could go either way. I mean, we definitely called this earlier. We knew it'd be a stronger match with closer margins than the last one, but this is closer than I expected.
Even though they did take away that Op and Odin, it's the last round before the swap, and with all the wins that Maryville has had, they'll just be able to rebuy everything and go into the next round. So no real gun advantage gained off that win. It's a nice lineup with the shock dart. No one there, unfortunately, but nice lineup nonetheless.
Yeah, no cred or gun advantage gained off that win, but I will say it saved them from an embarrassing cred difference that would have been there had they lost it. So, I mean, they were just scraping the barrel last round, and now they're only barely treading water.
And as we can see here, there's a small shield for Maryville up on this Sova, so it's not completely in vain. They do have a little bit of a health advantage for this round.
That is true. Though when we're this far in, it could be down to a game of ops, and we've seen more and more teams on the pro scene opting for those small shields when your aim for the headshot is so strong anyways. A couple through the window going to show a serious A presence. As they rotate through short and shorter, leaving only one man on the long to drop a smoke that down already comes out for Foxy. As Hot Dog
You should run.
finds one onto the KJ. Low health all around.
I think they can get the...
Ooh,
Oh,
SE's
wow.
grabs, and now the spike is on the ledge. MU is looking strong here, and it's going to be moving in with a good advantage into the half if they can hold together this 2v2.
Oh, Swayze.
Oh, what?
Fires through the smoke!
Disrespectful. A good shadow step, though.
Now he can
Oh, and
either
he shadow steps back down.
He's got to plant the spike. He doesn't
Swayze
have
doesn't even
time.
know. Oh, what?
Oh, fires. Oh.
Unreal. So much to analyze there. That was a tight round. Both of the shadow steps, I mean, Swayze never knew that the spike had to even be grabbed, but JC felt something afoot and had to go chasing it after. Narrowly missed. So they got the 100 credit, or the 300 from the plant, but he was just in sight lines and in smokes.
It's just frustrating to watch. I think Cumberland could have been in the lead here easily if it didn't come down to the timer multiple rounds.
You're right.
They had just pushed in 5 seconds sooner. I mean, I know you want to give Maryville their due respect, but it's costing you multiple rounds, and you could have been leading right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's 7-5 when we've already seen the Phoenix take a pistol round means that we could be looking at 8-7 very shortly, as long as we don't have any bonus shenanigans. Like, they're putting up not only a decent fight, but it's coming down to a coin flip as far as the stats are showing. And if they can really wrangle in that time problem, they may have a nice stab at this.
Good news is they don't really have to deal with that too much more on defense unless they are defusing the spikes. So.
That's very true, but then Maryville has that attacking advantage. And
if they plant the spike soon, then
yeah,
I think that would be the thing. If Maryville can plant the spike pretty quick and put the timer back on Cumberland, we've seen them struggle in that regard.
Especially good teams will seek out the weakness of their opponents and play on it. You know, it's become apparent to Maryville at this point that the clock occasionally eludes the Phoenix.
But not the pistol rounds.
No.
They're certainly locked down in that regard. Only one left trying to peek around. It will be a 1-for-1 Trey Cascola picking up a triple. Oh!
I've never seen that one.
Putting that Radiant to good use, I see.
Yeah, clearly a game so close, it's down to cosmetics. Not actually, but these are two strong teams.
You know, the spike is supposed to steal Radiant. You know, that's the whole thing about it. Like, canonically, it's used to steal Radiant. Couldn't you just get, like, one? Just, like, one if it went off, and you're the attacking team, and it...
Ooh.
Or, I don't know, a fraction of one. So long as it doesn't break the economy.
Right.
Make it a 1/10 of a Radiant. I don't care, but just something so that it's thematically appropriate.
That's interesting.
That's going to have to be a conversation for another day. Right now, Phoenix have a gun advantage and are going to be looking to press it. And look at this angle that this Jet is holding when peeks away at the last moment, but still manages to find one with Swayze on the Marshall.
Whoa.
Someone is going to be looking at an op in a few rounds, I can tell.
Yeah, Hot Dog really wants it. This Marshall does not quite fit as comfortably in the hands as an op would, but they're still so bold to scare off two people with that Marshall. Ooh, Foxy. Make sure no one gets their hands on the spike. Holding this corner strong. One down for each side as the multi-peaks come out. standing at a beautiful range to be holding this one-shotter, but Cascola will not allow it, bringing him to a strong 7-7. I'll say it again, this is a tighter match than I anticipated.
Now, remember last time, the Phoenix actually won their bonus, too, so it's not out of the wheelhouse for them. They've got at least one rifle, so...
Yeah, and when we see such momentum-oriented rounds out of both of these teams, it's not unbelievable that Phoenix could take the first shot in a... wow, I was going to say in a toss-up, but look at that, Cascola holding an AR out of round 2, just considering all the good frags that he pulled together last round.
Don't use that.
A threatening hold on Garage. Oh, and even out into B main. Ooh. Very, very extended, maybe even overextended aid would consider as they find one onto their jet. It's going to be afraid though as Foxy comes around the corner.
I mean, that's the best you can hope for. That's 2 on the bonus. I'd already consider this pretty darn one for the Phoenix. I mean, it's down 2 apiece. They're doing this well. Spies the barrel of the gun.
That barrel
rough.
is so tough. There's no way of telling whether or not your barrel's made it across. You just have to know.
Area.
And then your only option is to aim at the floor or like some other wrong direction to save yourself. That's just a tough position to be in. The last defender on a serious chase. This owl drone, narrowly avoids giving anybody any information at all, and Cluey is going to be at the ready.
Oh my goodness, right around
Unreal.
the corner! He certainly is feeling that one. That was a win that Cumberland wanted, and they'll let Maryville know that in capital letters.
That is
we got a game right now. They have poked the bear. They have poked the bear of Maryville.
Yeah,
now, will they get the claws?
Second half, and they're already up, proving that the clock is no longer an issue as they hang out on the defensive side. I mean, just threatening moves on Garage. Didn't get overly greedy.
Placing swamp grenade.
That hunt, though, as Cluey narrowly avoided the owl drone, peeked one from afar, and then got the other right around the corner.
We were talking about the barrels of the gun peeking out. It was the back of the leg for that Soviet. He was so focused on his owl drone.
Caught by the Cavs. I wonder what he was looking at, because he clearly had some util out, but his owl drone had just exhausted.
Probably was wishing he did skip leg day. I just needed those suckers to be a little bit thinner.
For the first time in his life.
I wish I'd skipped. Going to be going right through them. And we can also just see a replay of how we got here. Because it was an explosive start that the Phoenix got off to. So, I mean, Swayze, I was thinking, oh no, it's starting here with Swayze getting that one-shot kill on the Sheriff, but then from then on out.
Yeah, I mean, seeing impressive mechanics from a team doesn't mean very much in first few rounds, because both of these teams are high caliber. I mean, this is postseason. We're in the finals. Anybody who's made it to this bracket has shown that they have what it takes to compete on that caliber, mechanically speaking.
Well, it's interesting. You were predicting an 8-9. You were predicting an 8-9 score line, but I don't know if you would predict it. I don't know if you would have predicted it in favor of the Phoenix.
You're right. This has been a little bit of an upset, considering that Phoenix scrambled away with their bonus.
But just because they picked up the bonus doesn't necessarily mean they'll get a win streak after that, because it was Maryville took 5 rounds after the initial 3 from Cumberland. And one thing with Maryville that's been very consistent is on the rifles, we're seeing very much like St. Clair, it's just a quick swing and then one click on the headshot. So very much a threat, but Cumberland is finding a way to match Maryville.
I mean, the game's not just about individual mechanics as well. You can drill the aim trainer all you want, but the truth is that there's some extra elements to this. It's a 5v5. You have to be together with your team. But we're seeing that from both teams, a lot of excellent setups that put the other team outside of the bounds of individual mechanics in embarrassing situations. I mean, a lot of times people have been caught between a rock and a hard place. A lot of times where an entire team will be swept by a person just because they have the right advantage coming in from other teammates.
Remember, Cumberland is seeded 9th against Maryville 2nd. This would be a huge upset in the overall bracket if this actually goes through for the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, this would be damaging to the entire bracket. We know St. Clair is looking forward, at least their captain, to a good fight off with Maryville, but it may not even come through if Cumberland can shake the scene up right here.
Especially since we had that interview with a St. Clair player who said, you know, Maryville's the only one we're looking for. Everyone else we can just consider in the way. And Cumberland's like, excuse me.
Isn't that strong?
We just took out the only team that you're afraid of.
Yeah, and that's 9th place. We still have seats 3 through 8 to consider in the bracket. This is a strong one. We call some giants and some underdogs, but that's really zooming in on the situation.
I think it actually would be a good time to take a look at the bracket again because we are in the quarterfinals and we will be in semis just a little bit later this week. I think on Friday we're doing the semifinals for Valorant. So we're going to be finding out really soon who actually makes it to Boise, Idaho for the in-person LAN. All right, off we go again. We are back in, ready to go. Things starting off good for the Phoenix. They get a pick off of the Odin. So it doesn't seem like that pause has affected them too much. Behind on the sight line, doesn't find it. It might get caught. Oh, I thought it was going to get caught in Yuto, but he still manages to take out Swayze.
Fox did as well, but it might not be enough. There's a couple trades that come out. Hot Dog and Cascola finding their one. JC Stanley does to
Now
even it
he
up,
was the
but
one to bring it back.
he's going to have to throw out a little bit of utility to help him get this spike. There's a long taxi mission ahead of him. He might just go for the default on A, though. No, it's an ult swap right to the mud, and
nope,
he
it's a fake out.
Ah, but you got to be careful here because as soon as the plant noise comes out, it's all wasted. Sure enough,
Yep.
there's still a Sova right behind Heaven, so he just calls out to the teammate, and it's the timing is all off. They're not going to be super effective with that one.
Okay, they know
Bilbo
where he
does
is.
Find him as well, gets a nice shot off, and though he's sprinting away, it's not enough. He's got the Odin in hand. So much pepper damage to distract him as well because Cluey is right in front.
He breathes out the dirt. It does. Oh.
They're just playing with their food. Cluey is the one to get the final hit on that, but Bilgo put in everything they had. And that was a strong owl drone.
But here's the thing. The KJ was swinging out to have the sight line on the generator. I thought it was just going to be a drop down from the Sova. They knew where he was, so I thought they were just going to take a 2-on-1. I nearly had a heart attack when I saw that dart come out.
Yeah.
I'm like, you might make this a 1-on-1 versus with the KJ versus the Omen. But they managed to land it. Oh boy. Well, the Phoenix now leading by 2, 9-7 in round 1.
I think Bill Goat did well understanding the value that he brought to the table in that situation. I mean, you have the Odin. You're the strongest when you're just spraying through the wall and when using your information to lend your teammate.
That's true.
So I think that he didn't get greedy and jump in as soon as he found the prey, that he just kind of let the situation get just worse and worse for his opponent. It was impressive.
Great point. Initial peak exchange between Foxy and JC. I would think the Omen is a huge pick that you would want to get, considering how well he is at clicking heads. But Cascola can deliver too. Foxy also picks up one, dashing in immediately, no mercy, and a flawless for the Phoenix.
I mean, that was an any percent record of a 4K here. One after another. And the mechanical game sense down to the pixel is incredible here. Like, one thing that really blew my mind is when this dart comes out, he moves just the right distance away, which is important to point out because that Sova dart has changed over the years. I mean, recently it's been nerfed and buffed back and forth. So keeping up with how much damage that really does and to what radius is important and just shows the level of gameplay that this Omen is on.
Well, the Phoenix definitely showing that they are to be taken seriously. Might just be putting in a word with some of the NACE TOs saying, How dare you place us down at 9th seed right in the middle of the pack? We're going to take on Maryville and show you that we belong at the very top.
Yeah, I mean, just speaking in stats of this season, though, Maryville has a long record of being excellent. But in order to make it all the way up to 9th seed means that you had to have like a 6-0 record, maybe a 5-1 to make it in without fighting through the LCQ. And those who fought through the LCQ had a long road to victory here. So these are the best of the best.
It is true, and so many great players are starting to show themselves. I mean, JC Stanley is probably the scariest one for Maryville for me, because just seeing him pick up that ace to completely bring back a match in the early game. Definitely, you know, if you can get that first pick onto him, then I would consider the leads the Phoenix get early in the round to be a lot more secure. Cascola starts things off good with a pick onto Swayze. Oh, but they're fighting back. Maryville has brought it up to a 4-3 advantage. Right through the smoke, JC Stanley delivers. A quick peek with the op, trying to bring it back, and it's down to 1, a 2-on-1. And I do not think you want to risk this op here. It's so tempting, though. It's only 2-on-1. Could bring this round back, but I don't think time's on your side.
Yeah, time is already ticking double speed. It'd be difficult for them to find the DPs.
Just going for his one pick.
Yeah, and that's it.
He's out of there.
After
He is out.
Lose that game on info, and there's just no way. So, Hot Dog number 63 is going to be keeping the op. As we look at 8 and 10 on the clock. I mean, Phoenix to find double digits before Maryville is not something that I expected.
Very smart, though, of not getting too carried away of trying to go for it with the 2-on-1. That's sort of the duality of having an op player. They really can't be the anchor that finishes it out because the op is so valuable. You know, if they're the only one left, it's most likely going to be a save.
That's true. That is true.
Huge blind goes out onto Maryville.
I mean, it went right out into the center. Everybody is playing from the mid here. We've seen a lot of times where defense is really holding down on the mid, but from a little bit further back, and they might get some action on Catwalk or coming up into B. Or they don't respect mid enough and attack just streamlines it. But this is the first time that we see both of them really show up. Looks like defense is going to keep making their way down. Phoenix, Cumberland holding that mid territory is going to have to watch their back.
Hot Dog gets hit with a dart. We'll see the command no be brought out by Maryville. Oh, immediately stopped. Cascola, ruthless, is traded back a little. Yeah. And they get the res onto the KO.
One trade in the res. Cascola there just to be threatening, but they are not threatened at all. Aid finds one. And shut down the knives as well. This has been an ult denying round. Foxy low on health has got to get right out of there. Finds one player with the knife. Might go tracing it after.
The crucial thing is the spike hasn't been planted, and and the Phoenix are playing to that Killjoy is just watching over that sideline to see who picks it up and is then going to give the signal to swing in.
Oh, and look at this KJ just holding right on top of where Crunchy is.
They
do go flying in for it. So the info is out, and they're going to start closing in from both directions.
Wow. Gets it!
Incredible.
Nice flick over as well. It's a little bit to the right of the head there, so I was worried it wouldn't land the headshot, but quickly got it back, and that was beautifully played.
Yeah, nice precise adjustment. I love how suddenly they're so clock aware, and they roll up right to the lines, and they're like, no, we can hang out right here. We can just enjoy our soup and wait for someone to cloud burst right on top of the spike before we close the deal here. Putting all the time pressure back on Maryville in the same way they did to Cumberland just a few rounds prior.
I don't know if soup is the exact, food stuff you would want to have in a game like Valorant. Seeing as how you got to be up and in action so quick, I think there would be a lot of spilled soup around on the field if they were actually trying.
No, that's as casual as they were being. They put away the high-speed granola bars. Sways.
Oh, God, right in the swarm
in a
grenade.
mess.
Cluey comes and gets the killjoy again.
Oh man, now just dancing over. Wow, finds one in midair while narrowly avoiding the Hunter's Fury, though they do take a shot to the foot, bringing him down to 62 health and no shield, so it's a nice and easy kill for Cascola. ECs from a distance, gets a big blind from the Paranoia and has to back up from this angle. Another blind. They're just one after another onto him and find ECs with a shorty.
Oh, I was not expecting this at all.
No match point? No.
I mean, when we were starting our day here, getting ready for the broadcast, I said to Greg here, I said, it's St. Clair and Maryville. I mean, I hope the other teams, I wish them the best of luck, but again, it's St. Clair and Maryville. Seed 1 and Seed 2.
Yeah, that's tough for anybody, even Seed 3, to be playing up against, but Cumberland is showing that they are not afraid and that they deserve the title. So here they go. Match point now. Looking to make it happen, and on defense, too. They've been just a machine rolling. Cascola is going to get that suppressive. That's not going to scare him off. Considering a peek onto a full team here. Doesn't see very much, but man, they are afraid. They do not want this action. Swayze going to drop his health into the yellow for that. A little bit more utility, keeping them at bay with the sight denial. Does the same, and they just keep playing the clock here. Options thin. MU decides to fly out and take the long way home because they've already given up any play on mid. They've got to run all the way around to garage. Now Hot Dog has a great cross angle.
They're also keeping B open. Excuse me, they're also keeping A open.
A's still open. They did leave him there.
Ooh.
Excellent play by Hot Dog. Didn't even need the escape card. Just simply walked out of there and dashed afterward. Yeah, but they don't anticipate lining back up for a second shot, so they do use 2 dashes in the long run, meaning they're a little bit less mobile now. And after keeping that A site open, they're looking to re-hit it, but Cascola's been there the whole time as well. Wow, plays bold against that attacker Killjoy, just looking to find a trade out of it, but it's not there. They stay strong. They don't let it get to their head. In the last 9 seconds, they get the plant in.
Phoenix, that's not the only Killjoy available. Phoenix now have their own to fight back with. That'll go through. Ooh. A risky play just going through that smoke, I gotta say.
Oh.
Eliminations start piling up. Nice cross angle being held by Maryville. Gotta put the spurs to it. They find 1, they find 2. They can just play protect the president here. Goes in with the shorty. Just go to stick it. Are you ready for Titans to fall tonight? Because that could be the case as the Phoenix take a win against Maryville. Well, before we find out how this match turns out, we want to remind you that LA Comic-Con is producing an expansive and exciting gaming, esports, and anime experience in the West Hall of the LA Convention Center December 1st through 3rd. Your pass gets you access to gaming stage tournaments, stream studio favorite streamers, and free play zone with the hottest PC and console games. And the mix with over 10 indie games with devs on site. You can use the promo code LEVELUP for $5 off your gaming pass. Oh, okay.
A stressful round for us and for Maryville. I mean, Cumberland is coming right out of the gates with this one to take the first point. They're not just staving off a predestined loss. Mm-hmm. They're actually fighting for the win here.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where I am so thrilled to be proven wrong, to be shut up, because I love underdog victories like this, with Cumberland number 9 going up against Maryville 2. And now we're going to move over to Haven, and here's the thing, is that I would normally talk now about, like, what do you think these teams are going to be more comfortable on, but all of these maps are the classics. Every single one is the one that has been drilled down to a T in terms of strategy.
That's true. I mean, in and out of the meta have these sites fallen, but the truth is they haven't gone a lot of changes when they do. Haven is one that has been drilled front and back, like he said, And we're going to get to see the attack and defensive side switch, though, in case that's a big deal in the momentum. But honestly, I think both teams played as well as they did on either the attack or the defense. So Cumberland definitely has a strong start to this on the defense, playing just as they did. We're just going to throw in an extra site to make it Haven, and we're going to get to see how these two teams play differently than
Remember,
the other two.
Maryville was leading at the half 7-5 against Cumberland. Cumberland had an amazing defense. So if they got defense for the next two stages, that could be another advantage in their favor.
Yeah, they might just close it out on this one as well.
They might just. So now we can head down to Haven, take an overview of the stages. You have said, hasn't really seen too many changes like Ascent. Bind the exception. Bind has had a fair amount of changes with the teleporters being placed in different areas.
Yeah, it has been shaken up a little bit, but another thing that's strong about Haven is its pick rate. We have seen only the same 6, maybe 7 agents be picked on this stage, so it'll be back down to what team can simply perform the best together and individually.
Yep, it's a stage that certainly still allows that jet to go through, so that great opping that we saw being brought out by Cumberland certainly can come into play again. But, I mean, you also got to hand it to Cascola, who was an amazing player who was just consistently picking up doubles and just ending rounds when they needed to be ended for the Phoenix.
One thing I'd like to see is that a good team, even when they're ahead, continues to get better all the time and won't go lackadaisical even when they're winning. So I'd like to see that timer issue that we had for several rounds in a row on the attacking side be remedied here. And we have an extra feeling to it with that other site being thrown on. I mean, the mobility is higher, but everything is a little bit more connected. So if you don't get that plant fast and you're scrambling in at the last couple seconds, the defenders are all around you. It is so easy to walk from B site to anywhere. So they'll have to be very aware about that when it comes time to the second half and they're on the attack.
But the key word is on the attacking side.
That's true.
And Cumberland has the luxury now, if they've got the one stage in which they're attacking first out of the way with a W. And so now they have 2 chances to be moving on in the bracket. If they move on in the bracket, then they could have a chance at facing West Virginia, the number 3 seed. But considering how they dealt with Maryville, number 2 seed, then they might just not have too many problems with that.
Here's a little showcase of exactly what we're talking about if you're new to this situation. We've got some exciting plays that came out of that one. I mean, a lot of 4Ks, a lot of 5Ks, a lot of clutches that were down to the wire, a couple protect the presidents, and a few where people were right on top of each other in the smokes. It wasn't quite the vision denial stew that we saw in the last game, but this one has been very effective with the utility.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, just some fantastic play. We even saw Team Ace. Not often that we get to see some Team Aces.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and a couple flawless plays as well as some opping. A couple Odins came out too.
Also, I just think the Phoenix have shown themselves to be an insane team when it comes to the pistol rounds. They won the first 3 rounds consistently, so on these pistols, they are extremely comfortable, and if they just can consistently start off every round with a 2-0 advantage, not that it's everything, because again, Kennesaw State started off with a 2-0 advantage, but still, I mean, Cumberland the pistol rounds are their wheelhouse.
It's true, yeah, which I think usually tells us one of 2 things about a team when they're consistently taking the pistol rounds. Either they're all spamming Ghost and they're just mechanically better, or they have a very big dynamic range in play style, and having those pistol rounds be very different when you're coming out and you know what the opposing team has to have and you can play a little bit faster. There's less on the table as far as creds go. To have that dynamic range to be strong in a well-armed defense as well as a fast and loose pistol round, it's a good scene.
Such an amazing turnaround from a 7-5 scoreline. Once the Phoenix got going, they didn't stop, and I was a little bit worried because once the Phoenix got into the lead at the 8-7 mark, there was a tech pause, and I'm like, oh man, if there's anything that can stop a bit of momentum, it can be that. You know, it can be essentially almost even a timeout given toward Maryville, if you will, too. They just fell behind. Now there's this tech pause. They have time to take a breather, get a drink of water, get out, go stretch a little bit. So for the Phoenix to still hold in there and pull out the victory, outstanding.
Maintaining momentum over the course of a tech pause is tough because while one team gets to take a breath, you're probably disconnecting or reconnecting your mouse or trying to fix ping. Like it's stressful to be under tech pause. You don't get very many of them, and you'd like to fix the issue and move right on into the game. So it can be a little bit of a jostle mentally speaking. And we've talked, I feel like the theme of the day has been how important that mental game is and how it contributes to the snowball effect that you're looking for to take a team which is seated so high above you just historically.
Well, you're looking at good mentals. One thing that's going to go in your favor is the fact that you played it on Ascend in a complete mirror match. You can't say that one agent was stronger than the other. You played the most played stage with completely the same agents. You just have to give that one up to pure skill.
No, you didn't have Gecko on Sunset there. This is a fair fight. They were toe-to-toe and cuff-to-cuff on this one. So I'm looking forward to the next one where they'll have an equal playing field on Haven, as we've seen so many teams pick that one. It's even been a topic of discussion earlier why a team may want that 3-site map, as every team seems to want. I'm honestly surprised we don't see Lotus in the lineup.
Yeah, it's basically been Lotus and Haven the majority of the time for the first 2 maps, and then the third is kind of like an afterthought. Now, Cumberland would definitely like the third map to be an afterthought and just completely sweep Maryville. What a statement that would be.
Yeah, I mean, they're halfway there.
We haven't seen an upset like this since last year in the fall semester. Boise State went up in Overwatch against Northwood, and Northwood was a top team everyone expected to win. Boise State won, and then UT Dallas on the other side of the bracket, and their semifinal was going up. I can't remember exactly if it was St. Clair or Maryville, but again, it was a top tier team everyone expected to win, and they got an upset win. So in the grand finals, you had 2 teams that not a lot of people expected to make it, and that's exactly what I want to see, you know, as great as it is to see, you know, the 2 Titans, you know, Maryville and St. Clair going up against each other and fighting it out. There's also something to say about a team that not a lot of people were counting on becoming a new brand name in NACE Star League. Yeah,
and I mean, when you're looking to make history, having the great stay great and the underdog stay under is not really fun highlight. This makes for a good bracket. I would love to see an exciting upset here. So we've had a nice little bracket of 8 set for ourselves, and there could be a fun bracket of 4 on the horizon if Cumberland can draw it all together in the next 2 rounds. Like you said it, there's a good way to phrase it. Once you've taken that first round, you just need to think of having 2 chances to find a round.
And things are always high stakes because in so many finals, it can be a double elimination bracket where, you know, you lose a team, but maybe they make a run in double elimination bracket, get a chance to fight you again. And if a team is fighting you for a second time, it's actually the team that lost the first time that can have a huge opportunity to win again because now they know how you play. But this time it's single elimination, which I can't believe I'm saying this, but it would mean that Maryville would be out before we make it to the grand finals.
That's very true. So they're going to have to fight for the right to party here in this next game and in the one following if we make it all the way out there. But it's down to Haven in a good old-fashioned 5v5 to see whether or not this third round is going to come out and see who makes it into the round of 4. It's getting intense.
But let's not sell Maryville short here. They are considered the top for a reason. We saw a lot of times in that last game, the crosshair placement, the flicks were down pat, very similar to what we saw from St. Clair as well. It only took a slight millisecond, and the connection rate on the headshots on these ARs were almost 100%, really.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it before and we'll say it again. This is a game of mistakes. It's only down to a couple of mistakes here and there, especially as we get closer and closer to the end of each round, who can not only play their best game, but their best game the best that they've done today. Like, you have to be on your point at the time of the play. It's really, really close, and it's not down to anything tricky or any strange plays. It's really who has the best gameplay over time.
All right, we are ready to jump in with the agent select, see what these 2 teams are bringing to the table. If we'll see another mirror match be brought out on Haven. A little bit more room for variety here, but still a lot of standard picks. And we're seeing the exact same difference that we saw last time as well. The only thing really different between these 2 teams is the controller, and it's an Astra versus an Omen. You know what, when I really think about it, I'll get to that thought soon, but just want to remind everybody that you are watching Maryville versus Cumberland in the NACE Star League quarterfinals for Valorant. Whoever wins this moves on to semis and a chance to go to the Boise State Esports Arena for the finals, December 1st through 3rd. The Maryville, the Saints, taking on the Phoenix. As we're moving on down to Haven. I was going to say, I think Cascola is probably better suited for the Omen. We've seen a lot of sneaky plays from Cascola in doubles, and we were kind of talking about how that really played into St. Clair's play style more, choosing the Omen here. So should be an interesting match.
It's a nice spread out defense, holding just a little bit from each sight line, and not too eager either. They're standing back, just waiting to see what happens first. Coming out from MU.
That is a very distracting gun
That
skin,
is, I love
must
it.
say.
I just was staring at it.
I
That's
was
crazy.
the whole time. We'll both admit we were just watching someone play DDR.
Yes.
Let's just hope that it's not as distracting for the person actually holding that. Because I would be completely useless on a team if I chose that. Oh, doesn't check the angle, and Maryville, in typical fashion, makes him pay dearly for it. Cascola trades it back. Now has to run away. Realizes that he's going to attract a bit of attention for himself, so he's going to try to find a sneakier angle to play at.
Yeah, he sees now that that defense position has kind of shifted its weight, knows that there is an open A site. Going to make the call and run the spike around. A nice default plant here. People are simply playing Valorant. Nothing cheeky has come out yet, but that is a nice stable gun round that the Phoenix would love to find if they could get their defense together, but one man is... Oh, Swayze making that very, very difficult. One player is up close. They can just hunt him out as they do. Swayze grabs one and is hungry for one more. And it's just down to see how much damage the last Phoenix player can do before going out. He's going to drop a paranoia. No, a smoke. Tries to shadow step into the smoke to get themselves, maybe was considering just an all-out defuse, but...
I mean, it was a strategy that worked out a lot on Ascent, but Maryville's getting used to your strategy, then they'll certainly be able to play against it. Now, what does Maryville fancy? Well, apparently they're fancying some expensive stuff. One person purchases a Vandal, which actually, all things considered, is a pretty common thing that we do see. One person goes for the AR.
Scanning ahead.
Peeks right out into A long. Pretty forceful charge goes through. Actually hang out on the doorway, make sure that they don't get caught at any odd angles. Smoke placed in the window.
The entire team just streamlining A long. It's not been given a lot of respect until now. Bilgo. First line of defense has to... Ooh, goes down actually. Crunchy, Swayze. Taking the round by storm. Only two defending Cumberland players left as they make their way to A box. Aid finds one of them. Hot Dog now has to step across the wire again. A good shot off towards the dart, but JC coming in from the other side. Past those chains and drags down the last Cumberland player.
Now here comes the opportunity for Cumberland to bring it back, and they got to do it this round as well. Seeing another Odin being hovered. They really are fancying that.
I like that. It makes it more exciting. You know, it's more exciting than everyone choose Ghost, Spectre, Vandal. You know, I like to see not just the Phantoms come out, but every once in a while a Marshall or a Bulldog on a half buy, or the Odin when you're feeling like you just want to drill down A along. Swayze. Ooh, might just race him to the bit there. Now Bilgo has to reposition for any kind of a good shot. I don't think that tank of boxes here is only Heavy Pen. He's not in the greatest position to be holding that gun. Cluey catches a Swayze off guard. Hot Dog goes flashing in and just can't outpace it. Stanny gets that frag and walks out.
Now it's still caught in the animation. Couldn't bring up that gun fast enough.
Ooh. And as the Stars are charging in, we're going to see that Astra on the side of MU tossed down for reposition onto C. That's a serious commit. Oh, Crunchy with an up-close flash. Doubles down and finds another low on health. A well-placed shock dart could end this man. And Bill Goat might just be stepping up to the challenge. Wow, and they're moving out. Is this a save? Coming from Phoenix?
Does look like it. Although, well, all he's got is...
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be a save. Yeah, with an Odin, I can see it being a save. That's a pricey weapon. So we'll just wait here for the next few seconds, wait for this round to play off. Maryville has completely swapped around the situation, making it a 3-0 this time on Haven.
JC quickly but diligently trying to hunt out those last few. Oh. And they grab both of them. Disrespectful.
He didn't even... Oh, man, that's tough.
Yeah. In like a flash peak match against the Odin, you have a good chance to win.
Yep.
It just, the ramp up speed for that is tough. Got some Marshall coming out in the next round, perhaps. It's strange though, because the rest of the team has not bought weapons of, dare I say, that caliber.
Placing
Escola
sentry.
holding down a sideline on Ceylon, goes back to throw out a smoke.
Shadows traveling.
Right as they do that, they're going to get their location revealed. Owl drone thrown out to get a little bit better view of C. It's a nice one-way smoke placed by that
Ooh.
Jet. Tries to swap over, but isn't even close to hitting Jet. Foxy hanging out in the smoke. Not going to get phased by the shock dart. Actually moves back.
Spike planted.
Has to watch out for that flank. That's a huge one by JC.
Scanning ahead.
Last player standing.
Swayze playing well here, just taking so many one-on-ones. And it's a good versatility to play. I mean, Swayze had a couple times where they use that util combo of dashing into the cloudburst, but sometimes it's just holding the angle that they need to be holding. Crunchy grabs .4 from Maryville. They have turned it on.
I did say in the first game, I wonder if they have poked the bear a little bit too much, and Maryville is now just roaring back into the lead. 4-0 to start out Haven. Also the possibility, though, that a lot of these top-tier teams, Haven and Lotus, have just been their wheelhouse, too. So you're no stranger to this stage. Might have been the stage that they picked.
There's a good chance their Pro controller has just finally charged, and now they're getting serious. Time to put that mouse away and really get those points. I mean, Maryville, not just taking their bonus round or winning the gun round, 4 points in a row means they are just holding up Eagle in the mouth of the Phoenix. That wall coming up, splitting the sights away from all of the offensive territory. And a couple of green players are overstepping the bounds here, making that safe area a little bit more unsafe. Swayze
Spike down mid.
and Foxy both take part of a bit of a trade, leaving 3-4 as the wall goes down. C is the site of choice, and the appropriate entry utility is spent securing it. Can they make this .5, get themselves halfway to double digits? Cluey and Billgoat have finally lined up with Hot Dog. And as they synchronize their watches, the push is on its way, but the clock is ticking. Ooh,
Nice blind. Amit
Wow.
turns it into a slide back in favor of the Phoenix.
Yeah, an excellent rolling thunder followed by a great blind.
And I don't hate the idea from Maryville. I mean, they were going to try to, you know, make it so that anyone who peeked out there, you know, was going to be a triple peek onto one.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I suppose triple peeks or double peeks, you coordinate them swinging out from behind cover. If you're just in front of the cover like that, then you're just asking to be flashed like that. That is brutal.
When everyone has a blindfold on, you could take 4 in one. It's that's great position. And like you said, not only asking for the flash, but they have nowhere to get around after that. You could call it an off angle, but and it was leading up to that too. They were doing everything they needed to check every sight line. They weren't playing sloppy. So that flash was bound to happen.
Based on Ascent, I made the assumption that the Phoenix might be a little bit more comfortable on defense. But the one thorn in that, the one disclaimer, is that this is Haven, a 3-site stage. Especially Lotus, even more than Haven, is difficult for defense.
What a flick coming out from Hot Dog to make first blood. Which draws away all of the Maryville pressure. Not hitting A at all. That op sight line is going to be wasted on A short. Maryville makes her way across the grass towards B. While Carmelin drops the appropriate smokes. It is an attacking smoke, so they can play into that. No, they respect it. They actually move out and into the garage. The Rolling Thunder flashes across B as well. Look at this bait and switch. There's nobody there. And as people clear on into the grass, they have a position, I guess, for a flank, but Spike is almost down.
Fire through the smoke. Foxy comes out, picks up one onto JC, not able to swing around and get crunchy. That's a huge pick by Cascolo, a double to claim it. Phoenix are starting to roar back. They'll give that ultimate point over to the Sova, so now they have a Hunter's Fury in their pocket. That's great tracking there. Also, seeing those you know, some of the best players can track so well off of where the bullets are coming from, with just the little lines left by the bullets, and they can instantly just go out through a smoke and be able to pick somebody off.
Geometry on the fly. Who said Y equals MX plus B wouldn't save you someday?
You know, it's
Scanning ahead.
start out again. BitGoat will throw out a bit of a lineup with the dart. Spotted by the other Sova.
Who is carrying the spike and considering the big window in front of B-Box across the grass? Swayze at his side to help the offense against Cluey, holding things together with some KJ utility. And even more KJ utility in garage itself. They're opting for double doors. And here again, that time pressure hanging over their head as they tick down to 1 minute flat, waiting for these smokes to drop.
Hot Dog not budging at all from their opping position. Still on B, and this could just be all one big bait from Maryville. There's still plenty of time left.
Yeah, one of the best defenses is a very boring one to watch. Just holding that same angle and being ready to flick and click at any time.
Ooh, the Rolling Thunder hits right into Cascola, but not into Foxy. Now the Rolling Thunder wears off. The spike is down. One tap on the head onto C and keeps moving on to claim a double. Cluey is going to end that. And Phoenix are now just one away from tying.
2.5 very satisfying takes there. He's going to make the assist an easy call to grab point 3 for the Phoenix. Like you said, they are roaring back into shape. 3 and 4. It doesn't tell the whole story. There's been a lot of momentum one way and then the other, but the ship just keeps on rocking. Another offensive pool right outside the gates of A. This would be a nice time for the Jet to be holding the op there, but it's not quite in position. So they're going to be running across the grass. Hot Dog holding some closer angles as they didn't get any of the action last round. Some tempting Odin fire to go rolling into these doors. They won't find it though. No action on A. The A site defense is holding way back. Just kind of relaxing, letting the clock tick down.
This is odd, this op flank coming through. I mean,
Yeah.
if they knew the push was going toward B, there could be a very crucial flank here from behind. Oh, there it is. I love this camera angle so much.
Oh.
They're looking to the side. They don't realize.
That's just awkward. Look at that. Everybody is flanking everybody. What a mess.
Very slowly but surely, the Jet is making her way back toward lobby. Bilgo gonna throw out that
30
Hunter
seconds
Fury, even things up, back 4 apiece.
Spike planted.
Now, if this breach moves at all, just nailed down the flank.
One
Took a
enemy
while,
remaining.
but it came through in spades. Fire through, and they're just starting to surround the Opper with the shorty. Gets a lot of damage and ends it with the Odin. Phoenix now tied 4 apiece.
Yeah, Phoenix are looking to wrap it up. If they can find a strong half here, they'll have the advantage in the attack, arguably, and they'll be looking to grab their chance at a round of 4 right here. Pulling out the Odin Op duo with a couple of Vandals and a Phantom. This is a strong setup coming out of the Phoenix. It's all about striking it lucky on the positions now.
Oh!
A brutal smoke right in the face. They do get that. Oh, the Hunter's Fury is going to be a strong combo here. If nothing else, it just takes him out of the way. A Shadow Step to avoid it. It's not quite enough. It is a good disrupt. Foxy holding a great position here. It's racing in another neck of the woods. Makes a trade disconnect. Now C-Site held strong by Mariville. Can the Phoenix find their way back onto the stage here and disrupt the plant? As the plant is trying to make its way in. Oh, the streamline from B to C is ignored. Crunchy from the side takes Cluey. Seriously considering that lockdown.
Yeah, had it out. I thought it was going to plant it.
So did I, but they might just be waiting for the plant to come out. And it looks like that's the case. They're going to get the plant down, everybody else is off the point, and they can watch from a distance onto this. And that's the problem with this. You can get the lockdown out, but that only gives you a chance to win on E-limbs. You can't go in for the defuse on C. It's one of the beautiful things about it. They have every single offensive player holding right in front of that.
Or they could just stick it. They half stick it. It goes with a double with the Odin from that long a range. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely mowing down all the garden tools out as he weed whacked away from this incredible distance. I mean, that's the problem with the defensive killjoy on C.
I was totally with you. I was thinking that, you know, it clears them off, but it clears them off to where they probably would have gone anyway if they wanted to hold C.
Exactly. It really doesn't hurt them. In fact, they were positioned there before the plant even came out. Oh. As we see a nice little timeout coming in from the attacking side, and we all know why. This is an upset on the horizon. I mean, they have rolled it up to 5v4, and as they take the advantage position in an already advantaged game, it's looking scary for Mariville. You got to breathe. This is a breather.
I haven't been this excited since the Wichita State Fisher game that happened a little bit earlier on in the season, because Fisher is also a huge school that is considered one of the titans of esports. So Valorant has been the game. If you've wanted to see some outstanding come from behind victories, this has been your game, and we could see it again with Cumberland going up against Maryville, but it's not a done deal in the slightest. Maryville still has shown that they have the ability to bring things back. Remember, Cumberland got off to an amazing 3-0 start on Ascent, and then Maryville answered them right back with a 5-round win streak to end the half in the lead.
Yeah, sneaking up from behind is definitely a good way to put it. The momentum shifts have been so back and forth in this round. It's hard to keep track of everything that's going on, and I'm sure that's why the pauses come out. I'm going to make sure that this goes well if they want to hold their place as even second seed with a good try towards the finals.
They're going to start things off with the Killjoy. It's going to force a Sova back, so now he can't wallbang through. No one detained. They make their way on toward A to make their presence known. Plant the spike. Now we see an Astro Wall on top of that. That is a rough wall to go through. The knives are out, and it is slammed right down. Maryville looking like they want to tie this back up, but Bill Coe comes in with the Odin and gets a double. Still in wheelhouse, especially with Chloe Kekskola. There's only one left for Maryville. The KJ hiding behind with very little health. The swarm grenades, both of them popped. No more time to be able to stall out. Trying to bring it back. They do! And there is plenty of time to defuse this spike. That was a timeout that Maryville desperately wanted to try to bring things back. And the Phoenix have only increased their lead.
And as we close into the half, the excitement just keeps rolling. We've seen so many buy-round takes that it almost feels like a good team has 3 points waiting for them at the end of the half. And if the Phoenix can find another point here, bring it up to a, oh, look at a couple of jump peaks and a little bit of utility coming out to really just offend this op. They stay strong right in the middle of it all. Geez, they just threw everything they had at Hot Dog here to make sure they don't get anything. They're going to throw a few through the smoke. Just be threatening. You don't want to be unlucky and stand in the way of that. Foxy does find one on the retreat through the doors here. So much so the armor on both doors have gone down, and they're drilling right through just to attack the top. They're not up there, though. Foxy on the lower level says, keep on moving. This is not your place to plant. They make it all the way over to A, diminished in numbers, 3v5. Maryville scrambling for at least a plant here.
Spike planted.
Oh, he's actually going to go with the teleport into heaven. Bill Goat on this Odin has been the main player. Oh, if just a little to the left, that would have been perfect. Still, Maryville fighting back. Crunchy with a double, looking to keep control of the spike, but Foxy finds one. Bill Goat now up against Sweets around. That's a headshot.
Wild. Bill Goat is bringing back the Odin meta.
He throws off the Odin.
No.
You want to try it? This is a magic gun. Let's let you have it.
Hey, this thing is broken.
Last round in the half.
Absolutely incredible play. I mean, sometimes it feels like a trick buy. Like, oh, they're getting the Odin. Okay, clearly they have one strat that's going to be funny here. No, he has actually sported it for several rounds in a row.
If this is the start of a new Odin meta, I'm all for it.
I'm all for it. I love fun gun metas. Honestly, bring back run and gun.
I won't go as far as that there, but
Get out of my way!
I'll just let that sit, and you can take it or leave it.
Yeah, we do have a judge bringing out. Speaking of fun gun meta, a little bit of utility to start the roundup. And wow, what an up-close and comfortable view for the op here, making it difficult to really rotate out of B, but they may just have to. This could be an embarrassing situation they find themselves in here right in front of A. Foxy is going to cut down on room to breathe in mid as well. Oh, and Maryville comes to a full stop.
Hunter's Fury to try to bring it back, but doesn't check the angle, pays dearly for it, but in goes the Hunter's Fury to take out Crunchy. It's even 3 apiece with the timer ticking down. The jumping knife throw from Maryville. They gotta protect the president now. They do not have time to delay, and the Astra can delay with all of those abilities. Well played by Maryville. Finds their win condition and picks up the round.
An absolute util dump. I never would have guessed that Hot Dog took a 4K there. There was so much going on that it was incredibly cluttered. That jumping knife throw was so devastating as well. The name of the game on that round was chaos.
That is the one thing that Maryville really gains with their with their ability, with their loadout, is the ability to stall out the spike like nothing else, both the Astra and the KJ. They're on defense now, though, so those are going to be more set up.
I mean, the other team knows it too. Bilgo was frantically spraying at the base of the spike like he was putting a fire out, just trying to take care of KJ util that wasn't even there. It's still a mental game.
The thing is, Swayze's playing his heart out. He's up to 13 in his KDA, leading everyone on every team, but the Phoenix find themselves in a 2-round lead. Is going to be diving in, try to bring it back, and pays dearly for it.
Hot Dog could not find a way out after they ran a little bit far in. And look at this rush from both offense and defense to make it to the A site. ACs gets a couple of shots off. He's going to try to hunt down that kill he so deserves. Finds it, and that's a spike drop right on top of the default. Tricky, because as soon as you can grab it, you can plant it, but they are lying in wait right behind the box.
That's a nice flank by Cluey, but now they can set up. Doesn't even check.
No, it wasn't even a 50-50. That should just have been checked. I wonder what the clock was at, though. I wonder if he was under serious pressure. Looks like he had in the region of a minute here. Oh, this hunt, too. He knew he was a spike carrier and had to get out of there to somewhere safe, but that's just a well-timed paranoia to really overcomplicate things. That's an important round for Maryville to take now. On the defensive side, they may not be super comfortable, so they're going to get a scattering buy to make sure that they have the upper hand informationally speaking, to make sure they get a decent shot at round 3. If they can have a devastating second round, they have a decent shot at round 3 and could really bring back the difference. That gravity well could have put Hot Dog into an awkward position, and quick spray from the Ghost finds a 4 against 5 with very little weight shift from the defense. In fact, they still have one holding down long A. And we're back to watching DDR.
Bit of a hover around B, but it's smoked off, so they're going to swap that and go over to A, but, oh, yeah, you got Isis just watching over it. Oh, huge peek, and he takes them all out with the... And there we get even more DDR.
That's fun. Okay, that's worth it. The 4K on this. The DDR Bulldog. Oh, that's actually cool because the kill cam, or the kill symbol for it. That's fun. I'm in awe. There's just so many skins out there, it's hard to keep up with all of them.
Yeah, that is true.
But cosmetic side.
Back in the day when everyone was just happy with their Prime Vandal.
Yes, Prime 2. What? Yeah.
All right, this should be the one that the Phoenix bring it back on to make it an 8-7, and then we've got a really competitive match in front of us.
Smoke's lower. As we're already 30 seconds into the round. They're going to pedal back off the grass. Everything is very, very centralized here. They don't want the entire team to fall the same way they did last round, losing. Ooh, what?
Oh, they sniped
down
the sniper.
To the beanie. What? Very, very skinny margins there that they take that one. They've set up a strong 50-50. They don't want to fall, as I was saying, another 4-team to somebody, but instead they just grab a player, let the weight shift, and move off. But it's a good read by MU to send their men in to BC area and leave A to be watched by Justisova.
30 seconds left.
Jet leading the charge. Through the box here onto C site. 2 defenders lying in wait. Littered with utility. JC will find one regardless. A quick shadow step to get Cascola up close and comfortable with the plant zone. 2 blinds go out, and he's still staying strong to jump out. Assist with 2 play here. The plant is ready.
They gotta get it.
And quick. They're not sure about
gonna
the
get
angle
it
this
barely.
is.
Player
Yep.
Oh!
Wow, from a distance. Now down to a 1v1 with a strong defense. Moving on to the point.
Oh, just gets out
no
of the way of the...
Is Cluey going for this? Oh, he is. And he avoids the owl drone. Oh,
Oh, Maryville
Calls
wins
the
the one.
bluff.
With the gun disadvantage, too. They win their bonus.
bringing it back. I believe that's 3 in a row, right?
Mm-hmm. 3 in a row. Whew.
Yeah, looking at 8-7, coming out of a 5-7 at the half. It's a strong position to be in. Now down to a full gun round. I won't call it even field.
No, it has to be a save for Cumberland.
You're
Remember,
right.
they full bot for the bonus.
Fourth round is only a full gun if you play the 2-1 in typical fashion, but this is devastating.
Swayze with the op, nailing down Hot Dog. Whole lot of waiting, and that hasn't been out of character for Phoenix on attacking. They just got to make sure they're not too flat-footed. Ace is just hiding out behind this corner. Gonna try to poke out to see Foxy.
So
goes down to
damaging.
just single digits.
Oh, which is enough for the shock dart. Look
Yep,
at that.
that's good. That's a
Satisfying.
great play.
I mean, you're not even putting your neck out there to get it. Ooh. Good reaction time, Bilgoat. Ready to face off and find this even. Sure does. Bring it up to a nice, prolonged trade. Crunchy with the 3K. And that's 4 consecutive rounds. Ooh. I mean, they're just toying with us now. I keep thinking that the game's basically over and the momentum is just going to keep on rolling. But then the other team finds several rounds in a row. I mean, either one could still find it, but this is a strong lead.
Well, both teams are certainly using their timeouts as much as they can, and I very much approve of that. Okay, I'm most surprised with Bilko, the way he picks things up on the Odin, and then that last round got a double on the Frenzy as well, which, you know, for an economy round, getting a double and then walking away with that at least isn't the worst thing.
That's not bad. I mean, when everyone finds their one, that's a round in the pocket. So to grab 2 on an eco is, you've done your share. You've tried as best as you can. And what impresses me about Bilgoat's style of play is he's reacting very well to things that are going on around them. I mean, it's not just aggressive play that gets it. You don't go blazing in with an Odin. In some respects, it has to be a scalpel. When you're put in odd scenarios, you have to be able to respond to it. And when you have odd guns to begin with, you have to respond very well to what's going on around you to find these kind of ratios.
Well, Maryville has opened up a lead of about a few rounds, but Cumberland is just behind them by 2, and we have seen the lead flip back and forth so much throughout this match. Phoenix fresh off of a timeout. Zeron being held by the op. Phoenix not really thinking about going towards C right now. Or they are, excuse me. Problem is they gotta, if they know that the op is over for Maryville, they gotta assume that it's being held here. Now, I could throw out the out drone first. Man, no fear. They just try to charge, and it's an interesting strategy. And they do manage to bring it back to 3 apiece. They've taken out the Opper. They're good enough at their aim that they can dislodge that heavy defense. But aid coming in, Cascola evening it up. Hunter's Fury, this is a lot being spent by Maryville. Gotta dodge the Hunter's Fury, moves in, will still get the plant. and might even take the round on top of that. They're 2-1. Just got to make sure they reposition so that this can be a 2v1.
That repositioning looking very effective as they stare straight down at that default plant. It's going to be difficult.
As soon as the defuse is attempted,
I mean,
it's
even
a rolling
beforehand,
thunder.
he is still just peeking. Cascola's waiting. Oh, and from the side.
Doesn't even need to spend it. Well, that timeout was well spent for the Phoenix. They're now within just one round again.
Yeah, crazy that you have to win 4 rounds in a row. And then as the Phoenix take one, the difference is as small as it could be in the holds. I mean, look at these waves back and forth. This is such a momentum style round. If the Phoenix can play well for the next 2 or 3, they could beat MU into the double digits.
Crunchy and Swayze have better KDAs than anyone on the Phoenix, but the Phoenix have 3 players, not 2, that are consistently at the top. So a little bit more spread out in the kills, but overall, it's working in favor of the Phoenix. And Foxy gonna chip in on that, takes out Swayze. A top fragger out from Maryville. Things are starting to look good for this round as well.
Cascola really wants to use that ult. I mean, they over-engineered the start, sure enough. You could see it in their eyes, dude. The way Cascola shadow stepped twice, whereas the Jet got everything out of that movement just by walking instead of using the dashes. He was ready to dump the util, and they're getting fiery. You can feel it in the playstyle.
Well, this is a bit awkward. This Astro Wall actually works out in favor of the Phoenix due to where everyone's positioned. Lockdown's going to be deployed. Foxy in an odd position. Swings around. Might have landed a few hits here or there. The Killjoy is destroyed.
Yeah,
Louis holding out on the point, looking for. They're going to try to bait the defuse. And he's not able to get it. Maryville lands it.
Yeah, JC took 3 frags and broke the ult there. A strong player just because of the position, waiting at the right place in the right time. A great flank. Really won the round that time, but I think Phoenix were just playing a little bit antsy here, getting a little excited. Like that's a fine ult drop, but that is such an awkward position to be at. And we saw that over-engineered shadow stepping coming out of the Omen early round. It seems like they're playing a little bit jittery here.
Last time they would want the nerfs to get to them.
Yep.
Gonna have to go on to another eco round, and Maryville, if you expect them to win this, they'll go up to 11. That is a tough margin for Cumberland to work with.
Goes rolling in with the knives, ignoring all the utility. Jumps right in. You're not playing Raze. Oh, knives right at the point. Gets one, but loses on the 50-50. I mean, spend an ult to get a 1-for-1 is a scary trade. Cascola now looking to protect the planter, which is low on health. Considers shadow stepping out of there, but has to stay together as that flash was not very effective. Crunchy from the side. Wow. Swayze does make it a trade. Cascola decides to jump out of there and get a little bit of rotation out. They're going to need all the mobility they can, so they pop knives. They come around to assist the late Foxy.
Does he know it's being diffused?
Oh no.
And you said the word over-engineered there, talking about the shadow steps. I think that whole flank was over-engineered. It took way too long and left the Killjoy there to drive for the other team. So,
and they were just racing to get back to the point where if they had stayed there, they could have stopped the plant in the first place. And you're right, it made it into 2 1v1s instead of 1 2v1. So that Killjoy was just kind of left empty-handed.
We've been talking about how I like how sneaky Cascola can be, but you can be a little bit too creative for your own good.
Yep. Honestly, I think that's a classic Omen mistake. That was definitely my greatest downfall back in my Omen days.
Bit of fire through the smoke. Doesn't find anyone through it.
And nobody retraces those rounds. Diligently checking the angles. Cascola now slowing down. Response to the Owl Drone, and Response to getting hit by it too, has to back off, let their teammates cover. Jet goes flying in and owns the territory. That Spike still moving nice and slow through A short. And they've left one to take care of any flank as they pull up the rear guard. This is a much more planned attack, and Cascola is reaping the benefits from it. Bilgol gonna get the first frag, that first blood, almost level with the plant. I mean, this has been a threatening overtake. Ooh,
Oh,
what a
not
position.
expecting him.
Cascola excellently, and now has the chance to find another one before that Killjoy goes off. Aid takes 3.
Oh, they're risking it.
And they're gonna go down. Cascola
One left.
now from
They
behind.
need this
The
round.
tap on the plant. They're multitasking the angles and trying to tap the plant. All they need to do is apply pressure and wait for time
Last
to move
player
up.
standing.
They haven't even made it to the half, and look at this clock. Cascola from around the side has served his purpose. A valiant way to go. Ooh, and they even keep Aid there long enough to go down.
It's a win, but man, I don't know if I consider that a win. 8 is just at half health and still picks up the ace.
Yeah. I mean,
He was being pinched in from both sides, but still managed to take 2 face-offs. But the Phoenix are just hanging on, but one of them has to settle for a Guardian. They're not the only ones. 2 Bulldogs have been brought out by Maryville. It is razor thin, the credit margins right now.
going down to the Spike is technically a self-frag, so you could say they got an ace plus there.
An ace plus, they got a hexakill.
Here.
Hot Dog getting friendly with the corridor between C and B. Wow, fire second and stay alive. Incredible. Hot Dog aided by Cluey and company move into 5v3 territory and move into, physically speaking, C-site territory as an easy plant awaits them.
Crunchy attempting the flank. Might get found out. It doesn't look the right way.
Embarrassing.
Foxy gets him.
Hard commits to the wrong side of the 50-50. I mean, if he had shown the other way, it would have been a fair fight. That's one of the things where you're just simply flipping a coin there, and it's an embarrassing way to go, but you did your best. What really hurts is the situation now. It's 2v5, and they've already got the plant down. Yeah, that's a save. They're just
You
going to
save,
hang out.
and I don't think the Phoenix go hunting here.
No. I would say that they just hang out. They're going to give the Spike a little bit of space to make sure that they don't lose any of these beautifully colored weaponry they now are the proud owners of.
Everyone will wait this out. Phoenix not getting too carried away. They're checking a few angles here and there, but everyone is just going to wait till the next round. Now we're just 10-11. Maryville trying to hold on to this lead. Should Phoenix get a win here, we'll effectively go into overtime. You got to win by 2. And another timeout, this time by Maryville. I like it. Both these teams recognize how important this game is. I don't know if the grand finals is going to be this exciting. This is certainly one of the most exciting quarterfinal matches you could ask for.
I mean, it probably will be if Cumberland makes it all the way up. They'll be playing against some St. Clair team that we saw earlier. It could be a long journey for Cumberland. Even if they take this one, they have a lot of very stylish teams to play against.
And here's just a look back at some of those rounds. Man, Cluey had the angle too.
Yeah.
Was waiting for him to come in and lost to a Bulldog. Oh boy, there have just been some upset victories. I mean, again, showing how talented Maryville is. I mean, you're being pinched in from both sides here, but Aid does not falter at all. Manages to take him out one at a time. And picks up an ace on top of it as well. Cascola just got a little bit jittery there at the very end. And
Yeah. It's only the win con, though. I mean, they took the ace but lost the round. That's just insulting, and it talks about how technical these teams are getting. Usually, if one of your team members can flush out every single player on the other one, you deserve the round. But understanding the win con and not getting greedy with the kills and letting 2 people force you to multitask the angle, this is just a different level of play.
They're going in for a fast B push, and the Hunter's Fury right through their own player. He takes out one of his own with the Hunter's Fury.
Bold.
Are you kidding me? Oh no.
That's tough.
Be faster.
And Phoenix is just gonna say thank you so much for that. Oh my goodness.
Enemy remaining.
I'm at a loss for words. I have never seen that.
And Bilgo caught entirely off guard there. But that's nearly a drop in the bucket when it's now a 4v1 and the one guilty player. It was
The one who has to think about what he's done.
yeah, it was to live and die with that on his poor conscience. Now,
Oh no.
I don't want to remind our poor Sova here what's at stake, but we're looking at 11-11 now.
This is the quarterfinals. You can't do something like that.
I don't want to say the word inting out loud, but man, that's a little scary.
And Maryville, of all teams, I do not expect Maryville to make a mistake like that for a second. They're so good. They can't make mistakes like that. And now we're tied at 11 apiece.
Jeez. If nothing else, mentally, that's the catalyst. To just have a player go, what happened? What happened? That just disrupts the flow.
And look at the ult advantage now. Well, that's not going to matter. Crunchy wants to bring this back and fast, takes out Cluey.
Yeah, that gets rid of a strong rolling Thunder, which is very helpful as the offensive team. Foxy looking to make a difference and bring it back together. JC is a strong player as well. For Foxy to grab that it's more than a player there when you get one of their top frags. Bilgo coming in for the plant, showing that Sovas can still be productive and still help the team. And as the plant is out, they go flying off of the site, letting defense have an easy way on in. But look at how default that's planted. You know they are staring down and just waiting for anything. Here are the tracer rounds flying into the cloudburst. Oh, but a night by me enough. Got up to the half, and it's on their way. Cascola not even oh goodness, the defenders barely take it. 3 of them were just standing there in the wide open playing Protect the Peasant. But Cascola might not have heard the re-hit onto the spike and was just refueling the barrel there. That was stressful, and comes up to 11 and 12. They've only got 1 out. If the Phoenix want to take this, they've got to take 3 consecutive rounds, or they have to play an entire match on a site that we're not sure how they may be feeling about.
Well, they only need to win 1 round for it to go to overtime, and that's a little bit of a reset in and of itself.
That's true. That's true. They don't need 3 consecutive out to get out of this. They just need to take this round to have a shot.
I don't know if they're going to be expecting Cascola to be peeking out. Oh, they do a jump peek, so they are accounting for that.
So Cascola loses a little bit of flair there, though. Are they going to put even more defense pressure on this site? Ooh, one
trade,
good
one
trade
apiece.
right
They're
in
down
the
to
center.
4.
Oh, it is down to it right now. I would love to see how this goes. And in the box, JC up close and personal with the potential spike carrier, though. Looks like they're going to back off. A couple more in the grass, reconsidering their options.
With this Killjoy online, you know that's what that Hunter's Fury is going to be going for. And this Rolling Thunder is such a play, but you got to watch out for Swayze. Now, they took him out from this exact point at the same time. He's right there, misses his shots, and moves out.
Yeah, just threads the needle between 2 shoulders. Can't quite place anything. JC still holding strong, I'm sure, with a little bit of utility coming in from the KJ, watching sightlines onto C, which has been jam-packed full of rat traps right at the gate. Options are low. They've got a streamlined B-box, but they do it too quickly. They lose on this 50-50. So they're going to throw up a couple of smokes,
30
check
seconds
all
left.
4 angles. Oh, look at that eye contact that they make. The rotations have got to be coming out now. The spike plant comes down, but you are low on health. Cascola now on a mean angle. Looking to assist in the hold from a distance.
2 Killjoys out on the field.
Another Venn diagram of doom right on top of the spike. Expires the timer just a little bit more. Phoenix will take this. And as the attacker is detained, defense comes flying in. Ooh, right on top of the spike. They're just playing the clock.
Ooh, but
None of them
they're
are even
popping
close.
everything on that at once.
They are. They've dumped everything. But that wall.
Oh, that's a
what?
huge...
Rolling thunder through the Astro Wall.
Oh, with the shorty!
EC makes it a trade. Foxy up close.
Oh, they go charging in!
Remaining. Last player
There's just one left and there's no time left. Phoenix playing to their win condition, go into overtime.
Whoa.
Oh
Two
my
consecutive rounds from anyone
switching sides.
will decide the
Overtime.
fate of this match. It's overtime, officially. Now, a lot of times we see overtime perpetuated because the round was kind of decided on who was attacking. And now because it jumps back and forth on either point, you see add in, fair, add in, fair, add in, fair. But this might not be the case. We've seen a strong defensive play from both of these teams, and in the Phoenix in particular, so they might just be able to grab this defense point here and then snowball it in for one more and close it out. However, that's not to say that Maryville isn't strong on attack. There's a lot of outs for either team here.
Phoenix now going back on defense. And Hot Dog going with that op. It's proven useful to him in the past, but that is not where Maryville is headed. They are charging up through B just like Phoenix did last time.
What a streamline there, hanging right in on top. EC's looking to get that plant right in the center.
The good news is for Bill Goat, he can just go with his favorite omen from here on out. He is going to purchase that every single round.
Yes, it's Odin all day. Hot Dog with a,
Oh, that's a scary
a
peek.
mean angle, but now everything is known and the gravity well might come out. You could have a star up in your face soon. You gotta be careful. Hot Dog looking to peek short with the op. I've never.
Yeah, that is probably a reason you never.
Yep.
It's still 2 apiece. Escola going in for the defuse,
Oh, the
but
gravity
the
well.
stall game from the Astra is so strong.
JC coming in melee
Oh,
to
that
grab a
is
fourth one.
brutal. That was ugly from the
Switching
Phoenix.
sides.
Very, very scary. Now the Phoenix will have to produce so much better results on this one if they want another stab at finding their way into a 2-0 here. But it might not just be that. It might just be that they have to go to a third round.
Just might be. Phoenix, look how close they are bunched up in terms of the KDA. They're all in the teens. Meanwhile, Maryville has very clear leaders in terms of who's leading in frags. Right now, it's just how they play as a team that's a key factor. A nice blind through the garage.
Oh, he sees it.
Hot Dog off to the side, moves in.
Oh.
He's able to get him.
Bad timing. He's able to push Foxy out, but Hot Dog replies well. It is a trade, and Foxy is going to live to take care of another one here. JC looking for
Not
something.
even looking.
Oh,
Down to 3 apiece. Cumberland has to move into some sort of point. I mean, A is wide open, but they're still going for B. Oh, they're able to get rid of pieces.
One enemy remaining.
Just one left for Maryville, and we are. I
Planted.
was about to say all tied up again. Now we are.
all tied
13
up.
back.
13 all. As we step our way into double overtime,
Overtime.
who is it going to be? Who's going to take the advantage into the match point?
Into double overtime, and it may escalate from there.
Yeah.
I think it's gotten up to like 18-16 is near the upper range of what I've normally seen.
Yeah, because that's 6 overtimes in. 6 double overtime is, I think, some of the most that I've ever seen, especially on the pro and collegiate scene.
Yeah, it is quite insane. So we're already starting to make their way here. And I think the longest in NACE has been around the 15-13 mark here. So we're already there for a very crucial decider game.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, and a very crucial decider game this is indeed. To reset this stage, if Maryville make it out of this alive, they still have an entire match to play.
Yeah, they still got to win at Bind. And for both of these teams, though, I mean, it has to be such a huge reset for Cumberland to be able to go into an overtime like that and then have to reset their minds to go on to Bind.
Yeah.
Also got them think, with Maryville being located in Georgia, we got Georgia and Tennessee, so definitely there's some Eastern time zone coming in right here. This started at 9 p.m. Eastern, and it's now 10:53 Eastern. So we're coming out at 11 p.m. Eastern. This one could go late into the wee hours of the morning over there.
I'm not worried. A good gamer's sleep schedule is not affected by 11 o'clock.
That's true, but it is a long amount of time to be playing
It's a long
one match.
time. It's a long time, plus any decent preparation. If you were in the aim labs for a half hour before this, or if you got in a decent couple of snowball fights, as every good Valorant player should, you've been at this for like 2 consecutive hours.
And it's not 2 consecutive hours of, you just chilling and playing the game as you normally would. It's been 2 very high stakes, high strung competitive hours as well.
Yeah. I mean, high stakes is a way to say it. We're talking about the Final Four as we move into the end of the season. We're in postseason already.
Yep, and whoever wins this moves on to finals. And we don't even know if Cumberland will make it to the grand finals, but they will have knocked out a Titan out of the running. If they do, we're back into overtime, 13 apiece.
And I mean, that just speaks volumes about all of the seeds 3 through 8. It shows you that everybody in here is not just going to fall to a number that's lower than theirs.
It's not even 3 through 8. Phoenix is 9. And they're going up against the second seed and might actually take it in overtime. Right now, a lot of fire being exchanged through C, through the smokes.
Oh, but it was
they weren't
distracting.
expecting that at all. No one was watching Garage.
The suppressive fire worked, and they stormed C, holding strong. Oh, the lineup was devilish, but they didn't take the hit. Hot Dog loses one there. Goes to clean out the area just a little bit and keeps throwing some intimidation fire through the wall. But they've already got the plant, and they've already fled the scene. Now it's time to see what utility can you throw at the spike.
The stun going through, a bit jittery on the op.
It was only a tap, and they're lucky. They've not done anything strong. The Cloudburst comes out a couple shots through. They make it to the... Oh, they didn't make the half before the defuse was down. Hot Dog to find one. Playing strong here. Goes in for it. It's Protect the President as Cleary stands right up in front there. Find him down.
Nice try.
Take it, bringing it up to 14.
That was such a good rotation through Garage for Maryville. Cumberland did not see that one at all. I'm surprised Garage is usually watched over pretty heavily. But the Phoenix, that just slipped their mind, and Maryville played it beautifully. All right. Cumberland in the same situation again. They got to win this in order to tie it up.
As they're making a nice slow push down A. It's not the C streamline that we've been expecting. So it's interesting that A is so strongly held with all this utility. It's going to be a fight to get their way in. Cascola does send a little bit of a warning off and starts committing to the situation with a couple of smokes here. As they fight in through the star smoke from Astra. Cascola looking to make some trades. A quick shadow step over nearly nothing. Again, crunching, holding behind. Another cover to Heaven.
This is a great flank by Foxy. Was able to dislodge Maryville hanging up in the hallway through Link, and now there's just Swayze, and he's got the op. I don't think he can take this back. He's got the Vandal, but
That's a good switch, but goodness. 4v1 plus the defuse. Oh, they're just waiting for him. Bluey, with the deepest angle you can take, gets him in the hands.
Oh boy. All right, we're tied back up again, 14 apiece. The fun just never stops, does it?
It's the gift that keeps giving, you know? Well, overtime is less like the gift that keeps giving, and it's more like the massive gift that you open, and it's a smaller gift inside, and you keep opening the boxes, and you're there all day.
The nesting dolls of gifts.
Yeah. Well, the battlefield is littered with wrapping paper now as we finally are getting down to the heart of it. Can the Phoenix take the first round, or will they be stuck ever losing?
Oh,
the
that
defense,
peak!
attack
What was that? Oh, that's devastating! He sees them all in one, just decides to peek out into A long. On defense, too.
Yep. I mean, even a strong two-piece collateral is not enough to make that peek worth it. When you could set up a nice crossfire with Fluey here. Now Fluey is forced to kind of fight this alone. Oh, gets one. Just can't spray transfer. I mean, there's three standing at him. Yeah, a 1-for-1 trade now, bringing it to a 3v4 with low health on the side of Phoenix. Their defense game is just not looking good enough to hold everything together. Bilgo from above has to prove me wrong to give themselves a good chance in. And he knows they're down there.
Right idea, but...
Spike planted.
But it's just not enough. Hot dog. With the dash
It's
ready.
gonna have to meet...
Player
Oh!
standing.
No. There's just no way. Cascola now can't even make damage for creds. It's just not how it works.
Oh, that's the right
nah.
idea and trades 1-for-1, but I still have to think what was up with that
Yeah.
peek at the beginning.
That set them off to a
Switching
bad
sides.
start, and that's not what they
You
need.
cannot do that.
Now the Phoenix are playing uphill again. This has been uncomfortable, and exactly what I said I thought wouldn't happen has happened. The
Should I play
attacking
some
team takes
stars in
it
this reality?
overtime after overtime after overtime, and it starts to toll on you.
I think it definitely puts more of a toll on Cumberland, though, because they consistently have their feet held to the fire.
Yep. Makes you wonder, though, if they could take one defensive point, they might have it easy.
Yeah, that's the crucial turn, is who gets their win on defense.
It's another Seaside Streamline with a little bit of buffer coming in from Hot Dog on the side. Hopefully Hot Dog can help them out here. Take care of some of this util because the floor is just littered with it. He's going to be showing off against Aid first.
Whoa!
Standing out of nowhere. Sees that dash, gets another cloudburst up, but it's not enough, and Swayze finds him. It is going to be a trade or two. Swayze finds another, and Aid doing well to grab even more crunch. He finds one as well, and that's game in a flash out of nowhere, and now we're here all night.
16-14. Yeah, might as well get a cup of coffee and just, lay back because we are going to game 3 on bind. Maryville claims the victory 16-14. And Cumberland now has to reset, moving back over. I have to wonder, though, Cumberland, they were going to attack for the last 2 maps, and so now they go on to a map where maybe attacking is a bit more favored. It's always hard to do it on those 3-side stages in Haven, and we definitely saw an overtime attack was certainly not favored.
Yeah, I mean, the defense is always a little bit thinner on those 3-side stages, so I'm looking forward to see how this map 3 goes. Man, everything is on the line now. It has been 1-for-1, anyone's game, and that last one really put the word anyone's game on the board. Final score was up there, deep into the double digits, crossing over the threshold into 16. Absolutely ridiculous.
Now Maryville versus Cumberland, they'll have to go on to bind to decide it all. It's the 3 classic stages all being brought out. And, oh boy, Maryville University attacking first on bind. How big of a lead can they build up? Will they build up a lead? A lot of the team that's been the team that's been leading at half has been the team that's lost for the first 2 matches.
That's true. It's never over till it's over, and people are having to really, really stay together and pay attention and use every kind of break that they can get, every time out that they have available to them to keep things all together. But this is it. This is the last minute.
This is someone's end of the road. A VOD that either they're going to be watching over and over and over again, or they're not going to watch it at all. They'll throw it in the trash and just move on because they do not want to remember this game.
Definitely
Whoever
so.
loses. It is so tough being brought down to the very final point it can go. And here's a look back at a few of the highlights. And definitely this lead that Maryville got off to a 4-0 didn't hurt them. Getting off to such a huge margin. Phoenix really started to fight back here. It was just insane play. I mean, Belgoat continues to surprise us on how comfortable he is on that Odin, but it really started to elude him, especially in overtime. He went for it in overtime. It really didn't do anything in the first overtime round.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen a strong Odin and Sova combo, but if anyone is going to wield it well, it'll be the Sova.
He's been full of surprises, Bill Goat, but Cumberland is just so tantalizingly close to getting rid of probably what was thought as their, at least, if you're not counting St. Clair, who might make it to their finals, Maryville, their toughest opponent they could face.
Well, good to get it out of the way early, as there is quite a bit of game left to play. Can they find the win here? But it is still an entire round left on Bind. We're going to have to see a little bit of a shakeup. They had a very similar composition this map and the last map, and the next one will be demanding a raise and possibly some more jump around players, like maybe a Chamber. We may even see a Yoru. We've seen some of that before.
I wonder, when we've seen Yoru be picked on Bind, the players that have the confidence to pick him and the skill to back it up, he is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, that's true, and we've seen that Omen-style jump-around play getting sneaky, and we've seen a lot of really good flanks coming out, as well as just in the attacking mindset, preposition for those flanks as they're dropping down utility like a trail of breadcrumbs towards the site that they're deciding to go for. So I could definitely see one of these, oh, that was a good one too. A nice clean flawless. That's the way you want to peek that.
We are going to probably see finally a little bit of Sentinel variety. It's not just a clear Killjoy pick. You have the opportunity not only for the Chamber that you mentioned, but also Cypher could be brought into the mix as well, as this is his stage. And one of the things also about the Yoru is that it's such a kind of an offhanded pick that when we see it picked, a lot of teams that play against it are hitting that decoy like there's no tomorrow because they're just not used to playing against him.
That's true. It adds a whole new dimension to the word trigger discipline. When there's a sixth man that you do not want to be aiming at that could be running in straight lines, albeit around on the field. Another thing to consider is extra health, as we see a lot of teams opt for the Sky on this one, just because those big open areas are so much easier to peek with that Sky Dog and with the Sky Bird. So having the extra health out could change up the way that people are peeking onto things.
Yep, having that healing option be brought out can definitely change the way a game is played. We haven't really seen Sky too much variety. It's been pretty similar comps for both. I mean, there's been a change in the initiator and a few changes in the controller, but the Duelists and Sentinels have mainly been the same, just Jet and Killjoy for both Ascent and Haven.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we may see a little bit more breeze action as well. Breeze action. Breach.
Breach action as well.
Some more breach action as well onto this one. Just being able to play all those, everything through the wall. Again, with those big open areas, you can stay right behind and get a good, very effective flash onto the situation.
I do have to think Cascola is the one that's proven that they're the ones that like going for the flanks, and the teleporters can certainly facilitate those, but it's such a large sound queue that they're going to know that a teleporter is being used, and sometimes Cascola decides to get just a little bit too fancy.
Yeah, but there's also gimmicks like using the shadow step while you jump into the teleporter to use the sound cue, so if they're feeling extra fancy, they may just make it happen. I could see Cascola being a strong piece of weaponry on the side of the Phoenix for this one, just considering the map and how well suited I think gimmicky playstyle is for it.
And I think the main thing that's going to decide a lot of the rounds is how soon they're going to be able to take out the top players of Maryville, because everything from Cumberland is pretty even in terms of the KDA they had. Any one of their players can pop off. And the same is true for Maryville, but Maryville also just has those players that, are up in the 20s per game, and their Jet is certainly among them, but their Breach certainly played into that in Haven as well. So man, I just don't know which way to call it. I mean, none of us were expecting it would go this far or be this close. And Cumberland has given us a show that we will all remember, but can they actually make their way to the semifinals is the question that's on everyone's mind as we head down to the last original map on the docket. We're heading down to Bind.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have given us a memorable performance, but will they immortalize it by making it into the Final Four is the question.
I have to think about the Final Four. You know, West Virginia is going to be waiting, but Cumberland would love, you know, you also got to think Maryville has a lot of teams that are in other games as well, such as Overwatch and Rocket League. I mean, that would be an awkward meeting at the final LAN, too, to have the school sitting across for you that took your Valorant team out. I mean, you wouldn't be able to directly face them, but boy, would you want a little revenge.
Yeah, I totally get that. It builds a lot of good tension, but I mean, Cumberland paves the way for teams like Converse as well to find upsets with St. Clair, because that's their chance to make sure that these two giants don't see the field of two in the end.
Well, it is going longer than anyone had hoped, but that is just the way that things have turned out in the postseason. The days of being in the regular season and almost everything being a sweep is far behind us.
That's very true, and it necessitated a sweep to get this far as well. A lot of these teams that are performing tonight are 6-0 teams or 6-1 teams or 5-1 teams. It has been a tight match to get all the way up here. I mean, we talk about the disparity or the difference in points between Cumberland and the history that Maryville has, but they're both solid teams that have really proved their worth to even get to this position.
All right, we're going to be ready to head down to, hanging in there in my mind, but we're heading down to the field to see what both these teams pick in terms of their agent selections, and off we go. All right, let's see what's brought out. Well, Chamber fans, you're going to be happy. We have a swap in. We also have a Viper being brought out. A Viper and a Brim, so the double controller composition. And this could just be another mirror match. Everything is in Maryville's hands, and yep, it's gonna be another mirror match. Just like it was on Ascent, we head into Bind to decide it all. Maryville or Cumberland, who is moving on in the NACE Star League Valorant postseason? Who is going to have a chance to go on to finals, and who will meet a bitter, and I certainly mean bitter, defeat after everything we have seen here tonight? All right, getting ready to head into the action. Let's go down to the field. Let's see which team is ready to claim victory that might even be more of an emotional victory than anything that happens in the finals. I mean, this is so close and bitterly contested.
That's true. I mean, just the bragging rights of beating second seed out of such a seed difference and saying that you made it to the semifinals and out of the quarterfinals is a strong enough trophy on its own that a crushing defeat waiting for you on the other side of this is not going to deter you at all from giving it your all and really putting everything on the table here in tonight's match.
Few peeks out. Around B, the Hawk will be thrown out. Gets a blind. They'll slowly move up. At least their Brim does. The Sky is still holding down, trying to see any flanks. Huge stack also from Phoenix on B. They got 4 players stacked here. They're going to redistribute that somewhat, give the Chamber a little bit of backup on A. Yeah, after a lot of waiting, it seems like a rotation over to A is going to be the route that Maryville decides to take.
Smoke's down.
We also got a Viper wall right across the gap to give them a clear path into lamps. And a hard countering that Chamber in heaven. There is so much sight denial on A right now. All the Brim smokes, the Viper wall, and her orb also can allow them to plant at U-hole pretty well protected.
Ro8 keeps making their way onto the site. The Phoenix holding a decent position, though they're pretty well surrounded. A coordinated push could be their demise here. A good, well-timed flash brings to a double on a trade. Just crunching easy. Grab one before Cluey neutralizes the situation. With only 21 in health, it's not looking good for them. Sure enough, Ziggo down to JC and Aid. Maryville's going to take point one.
All that strength that we saw on Ascent with the pistol round has just melted away. Phoenix are only able to claim 2 eliminations. We'll head into the buy phase for round 2, see what Maryville wants to buy. Seeing at least one Spectre, just a standard choice. One Ghost being held on to by JC. Blind goes out, gonna try to catch people on Fountain. That blind is dodged in response.
Yeah, they're gonna respect that push and move right on out of there. After a failed attempt on a B site, Phoenix is willing to move up a little bit and maybe catch them in market. They are ready for that and leave one in the back of the pack to face the flanking side. A good habit to be in. They even leave him, oh, I was going to say behind us a little bit of a post, but he won't stay there long. Comes rolling up, and that dog is going to assist in Crunchy's fast find onto Cluey, giving them control over all of A site.
Planted.
A single flank makes their way around Hot Dog, not where the action is. They're looking to find something in A mid. Swayze, the closest member to the spike, is waiting for this brim smoke to go down.
Rather hard retake for Cumberland. The timer's ticking down. The best they can really hope for is maybe to get 1 or 2 frags. They do manage to find 1 against Isis. Gets 2, so I would consider that to be not the worst round in terms of your second. Hot Dog will just stay in so he can get the extra ult point out of being taken out. And now we'll find out if the Phoenix still has fuel left in their tank or if they are just running out after that second round. Because to go that long and not be able to clinch it, it's got to be tough. First few routes being taken early. Blind going through onto Fountain. Doesn't find anybody, it looks like. 1 in response.
Blinded.
It does get that Sky, but they're not going to push through soon enough to be able to fully capitalize on it.
It is a little bit of pressure, and they're going to throw another blind in after. They won't find anything. Just gives them the space to move up. Speaking of space to move up, Swayze is deep into the bathhouse with nothing behind him. JC up pretty far as well, giving a good option for Spike to make its way back to A site. Taking the long way around to avoid any awkward standoffs in mid, as much of a mid as there is on Vine.
Maybe we're taking a long time, but it seems like the push is going to be going through baths.
Yeah, pushing at 40 doesn't hurt. Foxy is taken out from the side from JC. It's just a good setup here.
30 seconds.
JC already owns so much ground, and the complacency to look sideways definitely comes out. When that wall has been down for so long, you assume no one's walking through it. So to some extent, the timing is part of the mental game here, and they're going to streamline right around. Cascola gets a jump on him to find one, though.
Down A.
Very true to form. Cascola takes him by surprise, and a round that Cumberland desperately needed to win. If Mr. Crunchy has anything to say about it with this double, might not, well, it's not going to be run because doesn't have the time to plant the spike, but still putting the hurt onto the Phoenix.
Yeah, this is
Looking to
more
try-
of the Valorant that we expected, though. That all the plants have been default. They'll hit something, and then if they re-hit, they're waiting. We see a little bit more of a default push instead of a 5-stack anywhere. And most importantly, we're seeing 2-1 in the first couple of rounds instead of like a flash bonus take.
Well, technically it's a win, but they only had one person alive at the end. So even though I don't think they'll really be able to get rifles this round, or if they do, they're going to have to go for small shields instead.
Sure enough, they opt for small shields, or at least a few do.
That's a good spot.
Swayze
Trap destroyed.
gets it rendezvous. Shot down, hot dog. Ooh, in a battle. He's going to lose that headhunter, but they don't lose any ammo for it. Swayze maintains the position and makes B a strong contender for the first time in 3 rounds. Bill Goat, what a position. Might just have a jump on that player here. Oh, moves in a little bit quick, but it finds one, gets a trade. That was uncomfortable, but I guess it worked. Crunchy finds one after, leaving Cluey the lone survivor, and not in the greatest place for a retake. Not on a 4-1. They're going to send the bird down. It doesn't find anything, which is a good reason to go in after anyways, if you just want somebody out of this single sheriff.
Nice cross angle being held here by Issa's. Minute that Cluey goes forward, it does manage to pick up one, and
Yep.
that's one thing that Phoenix is doing well. They're managing to salvage at least 2 every round from these economy rounds.
Now, Cumberland's doing well with what they've got, but it's been a quieter game. It's been slower paced. I mean, we're back to the beginning, like you said, to reshift mentally from being deep into an overtime back to 0-0 on a different map is a big shift mentally. But they made it well, and you can feel it in the pacing.
Launching smoke.
Seeing a lot of rounds start out with some Util being thrown through B long. And everybody was heading back past the fountain. Try to dodge some of that early Util smokes. Placed down near the beginning of the hallway.
Oh, wow.
In goes the showstopper. Stopped right in its tracks.
The show must go on as the showstopper is halted, and B maintains a solid defense from the Phoenix. They're seriously considering a bath rush. Here it is. As they get that teleport around, they're running up towards the Raze, but do they know that she's there? Cascola holding an excellent angle. All the smokes come out where
Here's
they
the
check it.
footsteps. They don't even
drop the
check.
spike.
Down A.
Oh, if it were me, I would go flying in with some util. Here they are, at least
I like that.
committing a paint shells. They're going to sit right on top of the brand new WinCon. You've got to recover A site before you can even hit either one. With 40 seconds left on the clock, it's an uncomfortable position to be. Foxy.
30 seconds left.
As they get through the poison orb. I mean, when this drops, and it eventually will, it's a decent position that they're not looking. They probably will once it does drop.
Cluey's in a strong position too. Foxy gets out of there before it drops. And they flee to the other site with the spike.
10 seconds last player
Everybody
standing.
Oh,
chasing after.
Foxy's
Oh,
in hot
what?
pursuit, gets the spike
Oh!
holder!
And grabs the
The
second
double to bring it back!
one. Foxy quick with the W key.
I don't know if I've ever seen that, someone be actually able to chase them through the teleporter and get them from behind.
I mean, you must spawn in firing.
That works.
Like, you know, you'd have to be like holding trigger and hit them through the doors.
Swayze doesn't have his tour de force, so it's got to be a save for him. Probably go all in on the headhunter. Once again, the standard opening is kind of charging toward B long, but Maryville University has the spike. Going to be going through hookah as their initial push.
Yeah,
No
strangely
hanging
enough,
out.
we haven't seen the Hookah Viper wall go up yet. That's what's really been default. I mean, it's there, but they didn't put it up.
Oh, nice pick by Cluey on to...
Yeah, JC is going to fall there. They're still going to reallocate the pressure towards that same place that their fallen brother JC lays resting, crunching. Will
Gotta
get
be
the
checking
revenge.
lamps here.
Wow.
Oh, brutal!
Slides into position there. Knew exactly what they were looking for. And that is a good plant for Maryville.
But this flank, if Ada isn't looking in the right direction, might not even be. Gonna have to be a flank really short. And we move up toward lamps. Take it at an angle they're not expecting. With the Seekers, oh no!
I can't miss. My ult is ready.
As much as Hot Dog wants to try to bring this back, doesn't have the time to. Goes for one exit frag and doesn't even find that. I don't know whether to say hooray for Maryville because they have an early lead or oh no for Maryville because they have an early lead because
Right.
it's been the team that has the early lead that's gone down.
I don't want to leave it up to curses, but you are right. We have to consider as well the difference in attack versus defense on those first halves. Because it may just be that when you have the early lead, they're having a slight early lead, but it's not enough to make up for the half difference. Because we did see a lot of back and forth in the overtime.
I love this gun! Someone just said. Hot Dog takes out the other chamber. Nicely done and is looking after a second. Gets it! That's going to place out a slow, too, at a very nice position, but he isn't able to get away from it.
Yeah. Just wishing it was a little bit more slow as he makes eye contact with quite a few people. It has to be a strong one. Look at that. 8 is low on health and is now going to be thrown into the Viper's pit from their teammate. So that's an easy one from Cascola.
The spike is down. Oh, that great blind tag team. And a thrifty picked up for the Phoenix.
And so they go inching on one after another. Phoenix always just 1 point behind. Oh, yeah, that was a scary one. I could feel him just switching to the knife. Good one-way place.
Oh, and an off now. Got out for the chamber. Probably one of the major break points of being on defense is being able to bring out that op and instantly start getting your picks. Oh, but they're both holding down this angle pretty hard.
Oh. Yes. One of them clearly has an advantage. It's tough because if he finds this headhunter, he gets the tour de force, and even if he misses, if they both miss, he gets the refire first, but he also has the rendezvous to get out.
Oh,
what?
nice.
Nasty.
Oh, almost gets the
there it
flick
is,
and
exactly.
the headhunter. He
When
gets
they both miss, he gets to refire, so he takes it. Now he gets the tour de force,
Planted.
and he pops it immediately. Swayze now is something. Oh, look at that! Look at all the mechanics. Just dumping your util to see if someone's at the front of bath, which you can already
Last
see into.
player
So it's fun in theory, but it doesn't really save you there.
This is tough. I mean, it's a hard angle being held.
Yep.
Teleport's ready.
Ooh, not quite there.
He has another chance with the op.
Satchel out.
Oh, nice use of the satchel. Trying to get away to not get caught in the spike. Oh.
Maintains op
And
privileges.
steals the op away. He is happy about that one. Give that back over to the chamber. That's a huge steal there. Or rather, not a steal. They're getting back the gun they already purchased, but
Well,
makes it so all those credits have to be spent by Swayze if he wants to op up, and he is just barely hanging on to credits afterwards. Both teams are struggling in terms of their economy. They're getting a few rifles and then having to save on another few people. Hot Dog desperately wants to get the first pick here. Doesn't find it.
Here.
In come Issa's. He might be the one to do it. Wall goes up. Dodges the blind and is able to get the Viper and teleport out of there.
All the tracking, incredible to 180 the blind, find the Viper, and TP out. You got to near match the keyboard. Now that attacking push from Maryville has been very hindered, and it's a split as well as they feel out Hookah. But Crunchy, in the middle of a fog, the dust storm keeps him at bay. The Sky Smoke, making sure to slow that push. It is going to be the direction they tend to move as they send the Sky, the spike-bearing Sky, down B long.
Moving in with the showstopper. Maryville looking to make some moves. Swayze is going to be able to take out Hot Dog. There's the Opera gone. But Phoenix still has a one-person advantage.
30 seconds
Starting to
left.
rotate over. Question is, how many smokes are left to smoke off that door? Oh, nice pick. Onto the brim. Swayze also is able to take out the Sky. It's up to the Rays and Viper. Up to Cascola with the classic. Oh my goodness.
Toxins going up. Toxins going down.
One enemy.
Ooh,
Oh
great
my
sideline.
goodness! And now it's just a 2-on-1. Gets him and brings it back against the Opera with the classic on the Sky's part.
Ooh, Cluey just lying in wait, gains enough to get both the op and has their ult available too, so we could see a very scary defense coming out right here.
I can't take the way this match is going. There are so many twists and turns and unexpected wins from the Phoenix, but they're still trailing Maryville.
Yeah, just trailing 1 point always. It is screaming overtime.
I do think that will put Maryville finally onto an economy round.
Ooh. Giving Phoenix the chance.
Out around, don't get faked out.
Oh. Very, very close.
That's rough.
Yeah, I got faked out on that one. They were going to fall to some snake bite had they stayed anyway, so. Maryville University gets to pool their players here.
World's deadliest security camera.
Yeah, for reals. Right above. That's definitely an angle they'll check after falling.
Oh!
The timing, JC. Checks at just the right moment. Bluey gets a good gut shot onto a few players. Even takes a shot or two at his own teammate amongst the flurry and defense. Ooh, are going to bring it up to 5-5 against Maryville. Excellent work, Cumberland.
Other than the op faux
this-
pas,
yeah,
that was
yeah.
really good for Cumberland. That was just
That's
so... Even though your team lost the round, I gotta say, JC, you gotta be taking home the gold star for that round. You managed to fake out the chamber with just a stinger.
I mean, that's just FOMO right there. You're watching your angle, and then something fun is happening in the distance. You're like, wait, I want to help. And then absolutely jumped.
Okay, we'll see how this angle works out for Hot Dog.
Definitely. Should be a good one. Cluey. Oh! Has a strong position here. Shuts down a little bit of utility. The Sky Smoke drops in. It is an attack-leaning Sky Smoke, but we haven't seen people fight through smoke very often here, especially not onto so many angles that is this site. And here's that healing coming out that we don't get to see very often, as Aid is now holding his Bath strong, while others consider more seriously B. Or at least anchoring away a flank while they wait off these smokes.
Still rather slow pace.
Orb emitting.
This rotation over toward B. I mean, there's still leaving the option open, but it might just be a bait through Hookah.
I think it's a big Hookah bait. Yeah, they throw a little bit of fire in. They're waiting for
and they're out.
some move off, and they get out of there. That's a lot to risk for only a
30
few
seconds left.
darts in the air. Nice.
Oh, the collateral!
Nice. Nice.
Beautifully done!
180 stays strong, finds the collateral, and gets out of there, holding all the health. Aid gets one, but man, it's just not nearly enough. JC looking to get that plant in, but that's just devastating to the heart. 10 seconds left on the clock. If they can do anything to disrupt this man, and that might just be it. Hot Dog and Bill Goat each find their one. Hot Dog, sorry, bringing that to a 3K, I forgot.
Jumping for
It's
joy.
just devastating. Like, you have no options after that.
The ability of Hot Dog to be dodging these blinds.
Yep.
Swinging around with a 180 and picking up and then teleporting out of there. It's such split-second timing, but he has it down.
Now look at this, just right through the heart of both of them.
Oh,
There's nothing just nice. Is right out of there. 48 shields and 99 health. I mean, made it out with a scratch. And that's just the catalyst, because the idea behind that push is we're going to get a little bit of their attention over to B side, and then we're going to pinch in from both sides on A. You're going to have a flash, so you'll be protected. Oh, the pincer attack is gone. There's only half of us here, and you're just scrambling at that point, because you just lost the op as well. You don't know where he is. He just TP'd away.
Cascola being given over the op and still manages to put it to use. I mean, the raise in a pinch can still op. You can kind of use the satchel as a pseudo teleport
Yeah,
or
it takes a
tailwind.
lot of timing. Ooh, Cascola doing well, and Bill Goat is always the anchor you want behind you. They're going to bring it into 7 and 5. This sounds like a timeout to me.
Or, well, I would say a timeout at least after the pistol rounds. This is such a crucial pistol round coming out, though. Because it could either go, if you think about the way this could go, it could either go 8 to 7 if the rounds play out as expected, which hasn't been the case at all. But if they do play out as expected, it's either 8 to 7, or if the Phoenix win this, it's 9 to 6.
Yep.
Such a crucial pistol round. And a lot of ghosts being brought out this time. It's going to be an intense gunfight.
Time to explode.
We just all collectively gather our breaths before the chaos. In what has been an extremely competitive game.
Yeah, the chaos that will be this one round, deciding how hard teams will have to fight for the next 2 rounds to see what the cred position is like for the several after that. I mean, they're on the cause side of a very obvious cause and effect. This round means so much.
Launching smoke. Launching smoke.
You can hear a pin drop.
You sure can. So much sight denial is up, and people are all over each other already. The attack is deep within the ranks, and they're backing off of B site. Decide to give up hookah. B long is over protected by defense.
Boys and ore.
You might not see this one. The timing is awful.
I thought
JC
for sure.
gives it up. No info out. Phoenix own the area. Oh, a little bit of back and forth.
Oh, wow.
And a good return. Hot Dog can't find it, though. Down to a 3v3.
Caught in the
Spike
reload.
bumps Out. Oh, what?
He manages to survive through the reload and the blind.
Makes it a trade. Now it's on to B side, but 8 is lying in wait. The ring around the Rosie is serious. The flash comes out, but it's not enough. A headshot is all it takes to drop the spike middle of the field. This could be it. This could be exactly
Oh, he's got to
what
book
they're
it.
looking for. It's a sprint. 13, no way. Cascola looking to just
10
do
seconds
some
left.
damage at all. Get in there. Might find the spike. Oh, gets inside for the plant. Can they find it? 2 seconds left. Oh, it's
Not
there
enough
or never.
time.
Yep. Oh, man. Ooh, devastatingly close. That means we are scheduling another point, bringing it to 7-7. And it's down to how strong that they can take this point.
That was down to the absolute wire. It was very unfortunate because the timing wasn't quite there for Cascola to be able to give backup to his teammate. He was still in mid-ish, you could say. His teammate went down on B, so it really just forced an uncomfortable sprint. He still manages to trade one on. We've seen some exciting thrifties. Some initial peeks coming out through hookah. They're caught right up against the window.
It's very true as that
ATD.
smoke drops.
Or 8, excuse me. It's getting late.
It is indeed. And I'm sure it's getting to the players as well. Like you said, they definitely woke up earlier than I did this morning, being out in the Eastern. JC finds another one. Just nice slow push, one at a time. Defense is doing well here. Maryville finding themselves in a serious advantage. Plus, with only 2 sites, they are thicker. The numbers are on their side. Crunchy and ECs make it even bigger. Bilgoat trying to narrow the gap, but he's the last one left, and he's low on health. 2 people watching his angle. Oh, looks for a flash jump out, and it's not there. That's the 7 and 7 we expected. And the question was, though, what kind of damage can Cumberland make onto Maryville here? But the answer was not very much. They only barely walked away with a trade here from Bilgoat. So it's going to be hard to find an upset on the... There could be an upset on the typical
Maryville
bonus.
isn't going to completely bonus. Swayze has gone for the op.
Yeah. Yeah, see, and that's why, because only one of them have gone down. And the one that gone down is just rolling their creds, is now looking rich for next round. Holding on to just that Spectre. So Maryville is looking to reach up for this bonus and make it a 7-8. But Phoenix just have to play according to schedule and rely on that gun difference to find another point. It's so quiet as tensions are so high. And the feeling to re-hit on bind is so big. We've seen so many split attacks that dissolve into a re-hit on one side. Swayze holding the sightlines, the op getting a first pick onto the situation has been the difference in so many rounds already.
That's a good spot.
Set up the rendezvous. Dog also looking, gets rid of the trademark. That's a huge pick out with the Spectre. Bilgoat manages to get one. Still 4 apiece. Oh, nice shot by Swayze. Got on the headhunter. Cascola is able to outgun him once the smoke drops or moves out. Yes, gets him.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, but they've spent. That's huge by Crunchy.
Last player standing.
Bilgoat. Oh my goodness, he gets it. The clutch with the triple at the end.
A 4K.
He'll steal the op away.
4K brings him up to an op, and now he's got the... oh, he sends the op off to the chamber. Very, very respectable. Ooh, if he doesn't buy... Okay, there we go. He got a Vandal to accompany a full setup here. The tool belt is weighed down with the weight of that showstopper. A serious option moving into this round.
That was a win, but it was a very narrow one for Phoenix, so this isn't gonna. This isn't by any stretch going to be just a clean full buy again.
Crunchy a point away from the showstopper themselves.
Haddock looking for anyone through baths. There was no one even remotely close.
It's very true. Good to stay diligent, but it looks like this is a free ult point for them if they would like it. And it is a quiet hold on to B long, just kind of peppering things through. Cascola and Foxy and Bill are all going to flee the scene with spike in hand. Oh, and they maintained enough presence that they're going to spend a Trailblazer to see what things are like out on B long. Looks like after finding it to be empty, Crunchy wants to move up into a flank position. We haven't seen a lot of effective flanks here so far. Swayze and JC each find their one.
Down.
The Headhunter getting its value. The Phoenix players still hold the 8-7 and are looking to stay on top if they can. Fluey, amidst all the smoke from above, is trying to find a way onto ECs. Ooh, Crunchy finally gets that flank out, finds one, doesn't get greedy with it, moves on back to B where 8 is lying in wait. Oh, never expected it. That's devastating, and we're looking at an 8-8 at this point.
10 seconds left.
Swayze is just so deadly. Even on the headhunter, he's just clicking heads and taking names and making Phoenix's life very difficult indeed. This is probably going to have to be a full economy round from the Phoenix. Not that they haven't taken a thrifty before. It's just difficult to keep demanding it of them.
Launching smoke.
All the preparations are set for point number 17. Aid finds one on a hot dog right through the wall. A good read on a hookah, but many more are lying in wait around B long, and as they come streaming in, the heels have to be in place to prepare. Bilgo will be the first one on the way in. His vulnerability drops onto the head. Crunchy finally gets to fire off.
Spike down B.
A little bit of paint shells to grab one. Foxy gets another one through the wall, and A low on health is caught from behind. Foxy, a third point.
an
JC gets
actual
one
thrifty.
traded. It might just be here. It's very close. It's 1-1. The spike isn't quite down. They've got to recover it first. They have to step into the line of fire to do so.
Oh, gets the thrifty, and Phoenix goes into the lead.
Very, very strong lead, as well as a thrifty to break a tie. It means you've got a huge credit advantage.
I was saying they picked up thrifties before, but it's tough to keep demanding it of them, but they're finding a way.
Excellent play by Cumberland. I mean, they're proving that they have a right to be here.
Nothing else is probably, I would definitely probably, I think this is probably, I'm repeating myself so much. This is probably going to be the most competitive game of the postseason. I mean, grand finals might go to a game 3, but with this many turns, with this much of an emotional roller coaster and this many thrifties, Phoenix right now split up between the two routes leading into A, and there's a huge stack by Maryville, 3 players on there. Still 2 on B, and the Chamber set to lurk, see what he can find from Hookah.
Poison orb emitting.
3 ultimates also available for Phoenix, so they have a good ult advantage. Swayze trying to hold down. Oh! Just spots the Viper's hair.
That's all it takes. Swayze has been so professional with this operator. Just a menacing position. They're going to follow in after and call the bluff with the cabbages. Aren't going to get a whole lot of value. They throw a snake. Oh, a snake bite in. Just right at the front. That acid pool is going to hold off the coordinated push that they got out of those flashes. And suddenly, JC doing excellent here.
Spike down A.
Is going to break everything that they got out of that one. Clue, though, looking for a way out of this. 25 seconds left and the spike is down. They have a way, but defense is obviously just going to run for cover and make this impossible. We're basically looking at another 9-9. This is grueling. The back and forth fight.
This is.
I'm sure that's exactly how they're feeling as this timeout pops out.
Oh man, I don't know what more than can be said that we haven't already said 20 times because as this match has happened. I'm almost wondering if the thrifty is just working out better in favor of the Phoenix if they just put themselves in an economy round every single time, and that's going to be the round they end up winning.
Yeah, it's always tough. I wonder sometimes if it's down to the pressure whether or not they win a round. And I mean, it happens more often than not in overtime that we'll see a team that is constantly down overperform. But only doing well when you're in a thrifty is a different world. It is scary, the back and forth that we've had so far.
Yeah, I don't know if the lead breeds complacency, but I don't know if in a game this high stakes you can be complacent for one single round. And the coaches, they're given the pep talks of their lives right now.
Oh yeah, they're in the thick of it now. There's, like you said, there's nothing to be said that hasn't already been said. Everything is out on the table, and people are showing all they have.
Although I've also seen coaches who, If they're given a pep talks, they're just very simple. Because, I mean, it's only a minute. Sometimes I've heard a coach just say something as simple as, take care of business. You know why you're here. Take care of business. Stop fooling around.
Just get down there and play Valorant.
What do we do now? We're just going to have to play better.
I suppose there is only one option. We're going to have to defuse that spike.
Wow, look at it. JC rips through with a triple for Maryville.
Smoke's down.
Now there's just one lone Phoenix left on the field.
Right here.
An awkward distance from the spike. With much in between. Yeah, as soon as you step foot into that, JC has an easy 4K.
That's a bit more how I expect an economy round to go. Now this has to be another must-win round for the Phoenix. They're just scraping by, whereas Maryville has plenty of credits to go around.
Oh, look at this. As the feed is just 2-1, 1-1, 1-4, 2-1, 1-2. Creeping into the double digits. It's like a game of tug-of-war.
You want to play? Let's play.
Crunchy, definitely a prime target. Well up in the 20s by now. It's KDA. Slow move up through short. Rethinks the push into hookah.
Out of charges.
Dog heads out. Two dueling dogs, actually.
Yeah, one of them shut down and the other one gets a good jump before finding nothing. So they're going to throw a
Oh,
bird in
Crunchy.
after.
Oh, you got to check this angle.
What an angle.
Oh.
Free money.
That's tough to watch.
Absolutely intense. One left in hookah, just feeling things out. They're not going to find anything because all the rotation is happening up onto A site. And they have one lying in wait, just hanging out.
Poison orb emitting.
30 seconds left.
Now sub 30 seconds, so they got to make this push happen.
Poison's off.
Gonna start smoking things off, but JC's a scary person. Yeah, he does take a good bit of damage on the molly, and will get taken out there. It's 3-4. Orbital strike brought out to try to delay the plant. It's got to go down now. Stim thrown out by 8. Peeks around, gets taken out. Phoenix now with a one-person advantage. Maryville, you got Swayze moving up into heaven with his op.
And they're looking to cross the line into double digits just as quick as they can. Bilgo low on health and around the corner might just get shot through this box. Oh, what? They
How
stay
do you
alive
not
there.
even get that?
And now you're not going to peek it, are you?
Yeah, no, he's not expecting.
Exactly. Oh, devastating. Bilgo comes back for revenge and finds it. And Kalui closes up, and it's 10
Sort of an
10.
opposite spray to pray. You know what I mean? You're hoping that the spray just doesn't hit you when you have so little health left. Perfect visual metaphor for how long this game is going. Oh, boy.
All right, and it's another split setup as we see one streamlining into Bath and the rest of the team hanging out in short. And it's the same Viper wall that we've seen get Viper a nice little nook to just hang out in for a while and really win the timing battle. They may want to pick that one as well. A little bit more action in hookah. That's Cascola.
Oh, that's Swayze. That's a nice lineup, too.
Getting the gang back together in hookah. Oh, or so it seemed. After that smoke, they're going to pedal out of there. Trailblazer proves that there's no one waiting. And Cascola's kind of just waiting for this outro reposition frag if they decide to get greedy and go through mid to do so. But the teleporter's not aligned that way. It's not really the favored flank. So it's going to be tough for Cascola to find as the shift towards the 8 comes out from the attacking side. And here it is, as this wall drops, it'll be the flash, finish those Sky smokes, well coordinated.
Oh, it's a fake.
It's a beautiful fake, and they fly on out of there.
30
And
seconds
Cascola
left.
leads the surge. I never saw it coming. The molly towards the opposition. They drop down. Aiden and Aces does get one, finds a third. Oh, and a fourth from that duo there.
Orb emitting. If you focus,
Absolutely
you
right.
die.
I thought it was a good play. I thought they almost had it. But they're going to take point 11, and the back and forth continues. As Maryville University Saints find themselves approaching overtime yet again.
Well, one of the biggest trends that's kind of emerging is that
Here.
Swayze is doing such a good job on this opping that the Phoenix are consistently starting out one person down, and sometimes they can catch lightning in a bottle and bring it back, but Swayze is definitely, especially with this angle he's taking here, he could take, oh, yeah, you don't want to peek that.
Holding nice and steady. They want to kind of play the clock back. Phoenix waiting for any action coming out of Hookah. Going to throw that bird in, and they're going to find something. So they want to play an afternoon on pin thin angles. Crunchy's going to drop a little bit of util and fly out of there. Doubled up vision denial on B Long, despite no one being there. It is all Hookah action. Spike in the middle of the pack, though, one on each side for A, and another the neck of the woods, seeing if Swayze can find someone. Sure enough,
Oh,
we talked about
rough.
it. We talked about it. Now it is 4v5, and the one person who can heal is the one person who's under damage and holding the spike. It's an uncomfortable position for the Phoenix as they walk into what could potentially be match point, season point coming up next if they can't find this.
Chamber diff, that's what
30
it's looking
seconds
like
left.
it's coming down to.
And Bilgo
Moves through the smoke, immediately gets
Ooh.
taken
Last
out.
30 remaining.
Maryville is just collapsing in onto the Phoenix, crushing their hopes and dreams.
Match
But
point.
it is certainly a well-earned victory. Swayze, everyone's got to be thanking him. And the timeout for all timeouts, of course.
I mean, we said leave everything on the table, but goodness, they are pressing every key on the keyboard for this one. This has to be the final timeout in the bank from either side. I don't believe that they have any left. They've just been spamming this.
I don't know, maybe they found a secret warehouse with a strategic
With
supply of
extra timeouts
timeouts
left.
and they're just throwing them all on the field.
But it's a good thing they can't use 3 in between 2 rounds, because I think they would.
It's probably true. They probably use even more timeouts if we gave it to them.
So this has been, they just bringing this to an absolute crawl as we get closer and closer to what could be the end of the season for one of these two teams. I mean, it will be the end of the season for one of these two teams, but is this round the round to make it happen? It's 10v12, and Maryville is looking down the barrel.
Quite literally.
Literally. Literally. I mean, both teams are. They would love to find this last point. It is match point and season point, but all it takes is Phoenix finding 2 more in a row. And according to plan, the pattern so far is that they find this next point and bring it up to 12-11.
A lot of the fights go this long, and you got to think, you know, we're probably past midnight now.
Yeah.
Or just coming up on midnight Eastern time. And one team has to go home past midnight with a very tough loss on their hands. Could very well be the Phoenix. This is their last chance. Best they can hope for is overtime. Gotta win 2 in a row.
Launching smoke. Prepare for hellfire.
Orbital strike comes out. Hot Dog moves in with aid. He's able to steal a gun away. Tough thrifty, but
Spike
started
planted.
off with a really good advantage.
Time to hunt.
The coach might have said you just got to dodge Swayze right now. You can't let him have free reign with his op and consistently get the first pick.
Yeah, this is one of the quickest entries we've seen from the Cumberland team on this matchup. A quick entry, flashes shut down, and JC looking to enter from Garden isn't allowed to. Hot Dog shuts him down. It is a trade, though, as Crunchy finds him from above. Foxy looking to make their way through the
this is
smoke into
such a
something, but it's
risky
just not
peek.
there. Oh, doubles it up.
I do
Easy
not know
ones.
why you would do that.
Never.
You've got only a stinger. That is, I mean, they get the win, but
Yeah,
yikes.
just feeling a little bit greedy, I guess. Because, I mean, if the timer's already that low, you're just looking for outros. You're just looking for difference, but you end up costing to big eco. And, I mean, it's not quite overtime yet. You can't just throw money at the wind. So it's going to be a hard battle
I
here
mean,
to
it
find
is the last
themselves in.
round, so probably did all the math and thought he could buy a rifle regardless. So.
Yeah, doing math is good. I'm pro math.
Here.
And there it is. Full rifles out for everybody, plus an op thrown into the mix, and I wonder who would be holding it. Oh, it's so easy.
What a big surprise.
If anyone,
And that makes A just like a complete no-go. I think they just got to go for B. That does seem to be the call, their slow
yeah.
move over through market.
their options are just low, and now with JC holding this angle to make sure that they don't use that Vipers while they get anything out of it, the bluff is called. They know that A is thinner on defense, or I mean, like, thinner armed than it usually is. I'm surprised we haven't seen that position from JC come out a lot earlier in the game, because it cost them a lot of surprise fights onto A.
Now one rotation over from Maryvale toward B. They start to assume that that will be the push. Seekers expelled. Phoenix doesn't have.
No, a Hot Dog was walking backwards trying to play fancy with the rendezvous, but it was not going to pay off. Foxy made it furthest in, and there's so much damage done on the people taking that brim.
Why?
Could just have it here if they're careful. Nope. Shut down by ECs, and that might even just be game, as it is now 2-5 with
enemy
clock
remaining.
ticking down to 30 seconds. Cluey goes
Why
in
would
at
you
thread.
try to be fancy at a time like this?
Bill Goat, honestly, rotate. Honestly, Bill Goat might just rotate out of this. No, they're still throwing in a flash. Oh no, they try to flash into it.
Defenders win.
Oh, just a slow burn right out to the finish.
Man, Maryville, I mean, total props to them. They came in, pulled off the reverse sweep, if you will. I mean, especially a hype moment. It's just the reason I'm not up out of my seat screaming is I'm just shocked at that chamber move.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you try to get fancy at a time like that with the rendezvous?
Yeah, there was a couple shocking things about that last round. That was, I mean,
at that point, yeah, you can't argue with that. You pull off a play like that, I gotta say, Maryville deserves a win.
yeah, Maryville for not slipping and staying strong and fought all the way from the beginning up to the end deserves that win.
And they're
Cumberland had it in their hands.
And they're definitely a school that has more experience in a postseason environment. They've played lone games like this, so
Yeah.
bravo to Maryville. You played an excellent game, and you definitely deserve to be moving on to the semifinals. Might be going up to that St. Clair matchup we've been talking, but we have been here for a long time. We got to get going, but don't leave, because for the rest of the week, we still have more playoff matches for you in Valorant and Rocket League. We'll be back tomorrow with. So don't go away in Star League. Big thank you to all our sponsors as Extra Life, Dunkin', Pizza Hut, Alienware, Odyssey, Mushroom Elixir, Los Angeles Comic-Con, the Army ROTC, and Mavix Gaming Chairs, who brings you the top 5 plays of the game for each match. We'll leave you with the top 5 plays of the game for tonight. Mavix Gaming Chairs, feel the difference. Thank you for watching Star League. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll get to that thought soon, but just want to remind everybody that you are watching Maryville versus Cumberland in the Star League quarterfinals for Valorant. Whoever wins this moves on to Boathouse.
Oh, beautiful
Oh, and
flash timing.
Crunchy, just relentless.
Oh, almost had the 4K. May even find it. Wow. Just worse and worse for his opponent. It was
great
impressive.
point. Initial peak exchange between Foxy and JC. I would think the Omen is a huge pick that you would want to get, considering how well he is at clicking heads. But Cascola can deliver too. Foxy also picks up one, dashing in immediately, no mercy, and a flawless.
Cluey and Bill Goat have finally lined up with Hot Dog. As they synchronize their watches, the push is on its way, but the clock is ticking. Ooh.
Nice blind.
Wow.
Turns it into a slot. But it's smoked off, so they're going to swap that and go over to A. But, oh, yeah, you got Isis just watching over it. Oh, huge peek, and he takes them all out with the. And there we get.
From Garden isn't allowed to. Hot Dog shuts him down. It is a trade, though, as Crunchy finds him from above. Foxy looking to make their way through the
this
smoke
is
into
such a
something, but it's
risky
just not
peek.
there. Oh, doubles it up.
I do not know why you would do that.
Never.
You've got only a stinger. That is. I mean, they get the win.
Breathe in and know that vaping nicotine can actually increase feelings of stress.
Yet some vape companies get rich telling you it's a stress reliever.
So let's call it what it is. It's a breath of stress air.